Yo, how many Zenytes? Yo. Starting soon, boys. I saw, dude. Yo, chat. I saw, dude. Yo's in the chat. Let me type my yo in the chat right here. Yo. A little juice to start the stream. I think I'm getting sick. I did like a 10-hour stream yesterday. My throat was all sore. I'm like, I wonder if I have COVID. Maybe I should get a test. I feel like COVID is so weak nowadays, you don't even know if you have it anymore. You could just be feeling like slightly bad. It's like, yeah, you got COVID now. Good to see you yesterday, partner. Yo, unreal bad. Thank you, buddy. How do you get sick when you play RuneScape all day? Dude, I went to the Friendsgiving. What do you mean? There was like 50 people at the Friendsgiving yesterday. Could have been that. Vitamin C, brother? Dude, I keep the vitamin C on deck. Okay? Chewables. I keep it in arm's reach. I eat like double the amount you're supposed to. Every day. Will Zuck get chance? Dude, Zuck is getting chance today. A hundo P. Who said yo in the chat earlier? Yo, Turtles, what's good? Midbird. Z develops Unreal Bad. Zondo. Max ranks Wild Healer. I am Legend. Prozac. MP Guns. Big Chief. Sama. Diaki. Isha Blob. Unid Guam. Glow. What's up, buddy? Purple. Yeet. Mintanu. No way, dude. My favorite Inferno streamer. Andre, what's up? Congrats on the 99 range. Guys, today, thank you very much, Hacks. We are going into the Inferno with 99 range and an Anguish necklace. How could we possibly fail? How could we possibly fail? Going in with the max range and the best necklace in the game. We're going to be doing infinitely more DPS. Infinitely more. You got the Zenyte? Yes, sir. Personally, I can't think of a single thing that could go wrong. My blowpipe is going to be doing more damage now. No more noodle or blowpipe. So our grats on range. Good luck on Inferno. You doing these grinds? Maybe return to RuneScape as well. Huge gamer. Merkers, welcome back, brother. Hire a Vinnick for you to do it off stream. We ain't giving our password out ever to anybody, guys. This is our income. Can't be giving my password out to somebody. Doesn't matter what you wear if you're 10-tick your pipe. We're not 10-ticking the pipe today. We're not 10-ticking. We're going to be doing so much damage. It's going to be crazy. We're going to be bam, 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 bam. How many attempts are we at Zuck now? Maybe 5 attempts on Zuck. Just guessing. I like your haircut. Yo, thank you, Trip. Here's the strat today. We have to get at least one of the healers down before we chug any brews. We have to get them. We have to kill them quickly. And ideally, we're not chugging any brews. We're just move, click, move, click, move, click, move, click. Keep the heart prayer up. And just move, click, move, click, move, click. We just pump DPS and we use our specs early. No. Yesterday I tagged him really fast, but I didn't kill one quick enough, so I took too much damage and died. So you not only have to tag them quickly, you have to kill them quickly as well. And the corners, we're going to use the corners for safe spots. We're learning like, dude, it's so hard to like learn one thing at a time like this. Every time I'm like dying to something different, and learning how to not die to that again the next time is a tough way to learn the Inferno. It's why it's taken me so long. Because we're learning everything inside the Inferno. We're not having anything told to us beforehand. So everything that we've learned, we've run into a problem, and then chat has kind of helped me figure out how to beat that problem. So we're not really running like preparation. We're running like you know, I don't know. We're going back in with the knowledge of how to beat it if that happens again. So yeah. Thank you very much for the prime, Mercus. The fact that I can handle the waves now is what I'm super proud of. You know, that's not saying I'll never die again on a wave, but I do feel prepared to, you know, choose a solve for a wave almost instantly now. And I feel really proud about that. Melee reset? I don't know what that is. Yo, Star, how you doing? What up, Pro Team? We're doing good, buddy. Right now, boys, so I'll give you a little update. After the stream ended last night, I hit CG for about 2 hours, and we upped the, we got about 1 million gold in CG. And then I purchased 1,000, like 1,300 death rune or soul runes and 3,000 death runes, and I just crafted 2,500 bloods by running True Blood Altar. So we've got 5k blood, 5k death, and 1,600 soul. So that should cover us. We have about enough for 3 attempts. I have enough for 3 Inferno attempts. I don't know if I want to push 3 today. Definitely 2, but hopefully we do it in 1 type shit. So that's kind of like where we're at right now. I think we've got enough to go ahead and head over. I'm going to get the Artie. And I'm going to grab... Are you blasting adamant darts? Guys, there's no possible way I can get anything better than adamant darts. It would take a month. I think it would actually take a month for me to get something better than adamant darts. Because you have to level smithing, fletching. I have the crafting if you need crafting. And mining. I have to level mining, smithing, and fletching to make darts. It would take weeks for each of those. So, yeah. I mean, in order to get like dragon darts, it would probably take me a month. Not even kidding. It would take me a month of like 12 hours a day. So, we're going with Addy. It is what it is. Or we have to farm, yeah, or we have to farm stuff that drops darts, and that's just like, feels like a complete waste of time when you could be using that time towards the skill, which you're going to need to do anyway. It's like, we either do it with Addy darts, or we have to start the fletching, smithing, mining grind. Masna until every 50th task, the way to go for points. Yeah, that's what people say. You could do 9-1, or you could do 50, or you could do 51. 50 and 1, whatever you prefer. But I think 51 Masna with a block list is probably the fastest right now. But they're all decent. I mean, even Turiel 51 is okay too. All right. Lock it in, boys. Let's get in there. Xylana drops rune darts often. Yeah, rune darts are like, a really small DPS upgrade, but they would help. The thing is, though, like, I want a couple hundred of them. I don't really use the blowpipe very often, but I still don't know if I'd want to go in with only, like, 50 darts or something like that. Okay. Vetion and Venetis drop 150 rune darts at 1 and 42. Ooh. Okay, okay. Why don't we see how we do with the Addy darts today? If we think that I can't get an Inferno cape without Addy darts, then we start working on stronger darts. I'm already going to have more DPS with the Anguish and 99 range, so. Let's see what we have. $92 mining is a crazy grind. Yeah, the requirements for smithing for rune is absolutely diabolical. It is so terrible. And it needs a rework. And I hope they rework it soon. Burnt Bagel Bites. Thank you very much for the 3-monther. Grats on Zenyte Kiwi. Thank you, bro. 99 smithing for a rune plate body that you replace at level 40. Hopefully we get a smithing rework soon. Today's the day. Let's go. Y'all vibing with the music? It is a new day upon us. We go into the Inferno, now with the knowledge required to acquire one of the greatest capes in not only RuneScape, but all of video games in the world. The Inferno cape, a symbol of not only skill, but also endurance. Will Sardako be able to withstand the test of time as he takes on Zak for his 60th attempt? Today is the day. The Anguisher. Ah! Hold on, let me equip the Gwish before we hit the Fern. Dude, I don't think Zucky Boy's ready for me hitting him with the Gwish. I don't think he's ready. The tenacity is awesome. You'll get the cape very soon. Thank you, Scion. Thank you for the 5. Gwish gang. Chat, I'm kind of wondering if I drop one range pot and I don't range pot until Jads. Since I have a Gwish now and I'm gonna run out of prayer quicker. Like I need to adjust a little bit. I might drop one Sarah pot and bring another prayer pot Or I could do another regen. I'm going to have more DPS, but I'm going to have way less prayer. If I do the waves flawless, I'll get to Jads with 8. You think the DPS will offset the prayer? We have the Anguish now. Wait, my water runes are low. Uh-oh. 1,500 water runes is low. Yeah, it's 6 water runes per cast. Oh, but that's only for Ice Barrage. I don't Ice Barrage very much. That's more than enough. That's totally fine. Bring a staff of water to... Okay. Okay, I'm thinking since I've gotten better at the Inferno, we go with 8 brews. And we go with 1 more restore to make up for not having the dragon bone necklace on. In case I do really bad with prayer management. That's what I'm thinking. Let's go with this. Hopefully it doesn't come back and bite me in the ass. I'll get the prediction up now. You don't need stamina for Zuck anymore. All right. Zuck prediction is live. Oh my god, I'm going to need gold to repair my Blue Moon chestplate soon. No! Wait, 2k on the Blue Moon is actually a lot. Never mind. Rip my stats. Should I practice my my darts, guys? My dart moving a bit? Some guy looked at the VODs and said it was 66 attempts. Damn. Yeah, I wonder if I would have gone with this strat if I had known it was going to take more than 50 attempts. Probably not. Does it matter how many attempts you do? As soon as you get it, it's a W? Yeah, honestly, I really don't care how many attempts it took anybody to get an Inferno cape. If you have one, it's still badass. Yo, Dark, thank you so much for that tier 1. The Guish is about to go heavy in the Fern today, chat. It's about to go heavy. That blob? No shot he can see me from there. He can. No way. No way. I just got owned. Who is that? Joker? Is that you, Joker? Yo, Joker, congrats on the 99 sailing today, bro. That's super impressive, man. Really proud of you, dude. You crushed it, bro. You crushed it. Also, really like the way that you say turtle. Really like the way that you say that word, by the way. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Swap, 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 swap. All you gotta do, guys, is just swap, 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 and then you're not dead on double blob. Turtle. I'm a little sick today, so I'm kind of sexy voicing it. Hope that's okay, chat. Today could be the day that we get an Inferno cape, guys. If you're just tuning in, I'm like 66 attempts into this thing. We did all of our first attempts blind. We run into a problem, and then chat helps us find a solution for the problem. So it's taken us a lot longer than I thought it was going to take. But you know what? We're here, and we got the Anguish necklace last night. Finally, we got a Zenyte 665 KCN. And today could possibly be the day that we finally get an Inferno cape. So I feel confident with the waves, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to fumble. We'll see what happens. Bodhi viewers in the chat. Yeah, apparently it's like a Bodhi chat thing to post dicks in the chat. I didn't know that was a thing. Someone had to tell me. I did notice a few dicks in Bodhi's chat. I think that's his thing. I gotta kill this. I'm gonna take some damn here. It's totally fine though. It's totally fine though. This is like a normal strat. This is like how everyone solves this wave, I think. Yeah, pretty sure everyone solves this wave like this. Yep, easy, done. Say prayer. There's a Shield remix up. Wait, Showbeck has a song about taking the shield? Oh my god. All right, we'll listen to it later. Double bat here. All right, thank you, Kinsey. I'll pull it up and show. Okay, all right, we got it pulled up. You guys want to listen to the Showbeck song right now? Okay, 1 second. The Shobek Took My Shield remix. Okay. Make sure I don't die to this snake really quickly.
You're a bad man and you stole my shield, bro.
You're a bad man.
Shameful,
you bad boy.
You've disgraced yourself.
Guys, we need to get some of this guy right here. We need to get some of this guy's voiceover commands for like channel points. I love this guy just flaming Shobek. I think it's the funniest thing ever.
Your entire bloodline and all of your race and humanity.
Your bloodline and humanity.
The entire planet is ashamed of your pathetic behavior on this day. You sold out your brothers for what?
And for what?
Shekel. That's my shield, bro.
You took my shield,
for a shekel.
All that day, you took my shield away. Ruined my day, you took my shield away. Ruined my day, you took my shield away. And so big, you took my shield away. You took my shield, my shield away. And so big, you took it all from me. I wanted that to take the skull on me. You took my shield.
This greasy weasel ninja.
Greasy wheeze.
You're a little snake in the grass. I should be rocking that thing, taking it to Skolomas right now. You're a bad man and you stole my shield, bro. That's my shield, bro.
You took my shield, took my shield, took my shield away. All that day, took my shield away. Ruined my day.
Why is it kind of a bop though?
Took my shield away. Ruined my day, you took my shield away. And so big, you took my shield away. You took my shield, my shield away. And so big, you took it all from me. I wanted that to take the skull on me.
No way! The BWL fucking sweet!
Oh, man. Guys, is that a W or an L right there? What a banger. What a banger. There's the Shobek Took My Shield Away song. If you don't know the drama, I mean, it is what it is. Shobek rolled 99 on his shield, or rolled a 100. He's supposed to roll a 99. And he stole that man's shield. But it was also kind of the raid leader's fault, in my opinion. But that's kind of a little short synopsis of what happened. It's really not a big deal. I honestly look at stuff like this when like people blow or make drama out of this stuff, then that means usually everything is right in the world, and not a lot's going on. It's basically what that means. And if that's the drama that we have, then this means that the world is in a good place. I think we actually go back here and we just hide. The only thing exciting to happen in WoW in weeks. Yeah, it really kind of is. I mean, I haven't heard of any news coming out of the WoW section in a bit. So Shobek is carrying hard right now. Big suction. I am excited for TBC hardcore though. Chat, 1 in the chat if you're gonna play TBC. 2 if you're never ever playing WoW. All right, mostly twos. All right. You guys don't want to play TBC again? What the heck? How could you guys say that? It's TBC. You want to play again? What the heck, guys? OSRS, maybe say WoW is shit. Were you a WoW player that swapped over? Oh. Zillion, thank you for the 500. The bits. I'll play Classic Plus. Classic Plus is going to be, is definitely going to be a big hit or miss. It's going to be kind of like sailing, guys. Probably half the people are going to hate it. Half the people might like it. You know what I mean? It's going to be one of those things where it's people just don't like changes. And that is what it is. Some people just don't like changes. I'll play WoW if you pay me. Damn, Intako is like, needs to get paid to play WoW. So I have an Anguish necklace for the very first time in here, guys, and I'm worried a bit that I'm going to run out of prayer because I've been so used to having the debone neck for all of my attempts. This is my first attempt without it. So I've dropped one of my Sarah pots and I've brought an extra prayer pot just in case. We're going to do our best to flick every single thing in here. An absolute flick sesh. You got the Gwish, now it's free? Yeah, this is our first time using the Gwish and the Fern. So it should be a bit diff. Nice, the double freeze. We got a blob here. Nice. We land the freezer into the corner trap. We're going to take one hit from the blob. Do a double suction. Click here so we don't get pulled. Actually, we don't want to be there because we can get meleeed. Now, you can't get meleeed on that tile. You could get meleeed on this tile, though. Dude, I've learned so much about the Inferno. About, like, tiles and southwest corners and line of sight and, like, auto casts. It really teaches you, like, the nuances of the game, the Inferno. You leave here a different man, I'll tell you that. No. I think you'll have fun doing content that isn't as hard. I mean, you're going to love TOB. Yeah, I'm looking forward to TOB. I just feel like I'm so far away from it, though, right? I mean, I haven't done Melee in forever. Wait, after a month of Slayer, though, we'll be really close. We're going to have Slayer month in December. December is going to be a Slayer month. I'm going to try to catch up to Joker a bit and basically do what he did for the past few weeks where you just kind of mainly bang out Slayer a lot. Let's go back here. I'll eat that one hit, though. Oh, no, guys. We are not... Listen, guys. I am not a skiller, okay? We are not getting 99 anything unless we accidentally hit it. I will get the minimum in every skill with the boost. That is my goal. That is my max cape. Oh no, he moved up. Let these guys come in. Get the freeze out quick. Unfortunately, that freeze didn't land. I need to do a better job at keeping my regions up. Struggling right now. Yo, how many Zenytes? Finally, we got one, man. Chat, anybody know how many DGs Joker killed to get a Zenyte? I heard he went kind of dry on him too, right? $750. He went more dry than me on Zenyte? Holy crap. I got all 4 in 700. That's insanity. Chat, I bet you Joker is going to do Inferno so much faster than me. He's probably going to come in here like Giga Chad mode with like dragon darts and shit. Max cape. I think all he needs is blowpipe to start. He could do it now. I think he just needs blowpipe, right, guys? He already has Lightbearer too. Oh, Lightbearer is gonna be huge for him. How many Zucky boys have you done? I think we're on 5 Zucks. 5 Zucks, and I did the simulator one time with max gear. I don't like the simulator. Uh-oh, snake's coming. Are you comfortable with healers? I am now. So, I thought I knew how to do the healers last time, and I didn't. So, basically how I'm doing Inferno is I went in blind, and we learn one thing at a time. And so if I don't run into the problem, then I won't know what to learn. So every time I feel like, okay, I know enough to kill Zuck now, I run into an issue and I'm like, oh shit, these healers do a shit ton of damage. Like, how do I stop them from doing so much damage? And so we learned that there's a safe spot at the edges, and you need to use blowpipe, use your specs early, and kill them quickly. Otherwise, you get overrun. And so now, I feel like I've learned how to deal with that, right? And so eventually, we'll learn if something else comes up, you know, then we'll learn how to deal with that. And we just kind of been dealing with it one at a time. Like, and eventually, well, in the beginning, I had to learn how to alternate flick. And I was like, dude, I'm not going to be able to alternate flick. That's too hard. And they're like, well, you can't do Inferno unless you alternate flick. So you kind of have to just force yourself to learn these things. Oh, and then I didn't realize that Zuck attacks faster once you kill the healers. And I have killed the healers once. So I wasn't ready for... I was running to the safe tile, and it wasn't safe. So you just learn things like that one at a time, and it's a hard way to learn. Getting all the way to Zuck to learn that. Which is crazy because, like, I remember I made it past the healers once before, and I didn't know any of this stuff. I'm thinking maybe, did I just get lucky or something? Anyways, you make one mistake at a time and then you learn. Took my shield away, took my shield away. That's a banger, Showback. Love that jam. What up, Showback? We got to come back here, immediately attack right here one time. Then we're going to swap to melee, go ahead and swap to the Bofa. Immediately start hitting the snake. We're going to flick. Now we can move here, attack the nibblers while the snake is hitting us. And then we can hit the higher one. We're going to lose a little bit of damage. And then we can swap back here and then immediately start flicking again so that we don't lose so much prayer. And it's a 0 damage wave, boys, every single time, okay? Just make sure you do that whenever you're on this wave and you get this exact loadout. Dude, Showback, RuneScape awaits you, brother. RuneScape awaits your return. Yo, chat, I'm going to tell on Savix, but guys, guess what happened? I was watching Savix's stream and his stream crashed or something. He was having issues with his computer. Guess what? He immediately logged into RuneScape after his computer in his WoW stream crashed. Yeah, he did. He immediately logged in, guys. Something going on there? Little conspiracy? Appalachian, man. Thank you very much for that prime. Hashtag 1 prime at a time. Hashtag bankrupt Bezos, guys. Chat, I could be dead here. I'm gonna have to take some hits from the blob right now. And we're gonna kill the snake by 1-tick flicking. Oh, no. All right, we're going to come right here and then just come around this side and then swap back to range. Hopefully that doesn't hit me. Oof, it did. All right, we're going to have to go mage. I need to be running a prayer pot here now, and then we're going to flick. Kind of a rough, like, wave 30. I wasn't expecting. I'm kind of chilling, just vibing with chat, but that was kind of a little bit of a Sketcher McSketchington wave. Still no match for the Gwish. Sard is the reason I quit. Bro is too good. Are you quitting RuneScape because you compared my gameplay to yours? And now you realize that you will always fall short of my mediocrity? And that disencouraged you to play? Brother, log back in and don't worry about anybody else, okay? Don't worry about me. You know what? Compare yourself to Shobek, okay? Compare yourself to him. I guarantee you're better than that guy, all right? All right. Man, I need to pee real quick. I've been drinking too much juice. All right. And we're right back in it. The Gwish. The Spooner wave. Yo, wave 31 is low-key kind of rough, man. It's not an easy wave. Wait, do you kill the one in the back first? I think you do. I just walked in a melee range of that guy. Chat, one in the chat if I'm getting the Infernal Cape before the end of the year. 2 if I'm getting it in 2026. All right, most people are believing in me. You know, we originally set out on this goal of getting the Infernal Cape before the end of the year. I got to keep reminding myself that. All we need is some big damage and some lucky ranger tanks. We need lucky ranger tanks on Zuck. Like that last, 2 attempts ago, I did like 5 zeros in a row on the ranger. Oh my god, it was so lucky. Double ranger wave. Oh, it's so nice when they spawn together. Dude, you know who I would have really liked to watch do the Inferno? Showbeck. It's really fun to watch Showbeck do, like, hard stuff. Because he goes through all the emotions. He's like, I can't, I quit, I'm back. And he's like, I'm not even interested in it anymore. Like, I don't even really care about the Infernal Cape. And he's like, nah, screw it, we're gonna get it. You know what I mean? And he's like, does all that. He goes through like every single type of feeling or emotion that you could have in every single grind. It's just all over the place. It's like, I wonder what Showbeck's gonna be feeling today, you know? That's why I like to tune in and see when Showbeck does something hard, you know? It's kind of funny. You never know what you're gonna get, I guess. You gotta let him go, Sard? Can't let him go. Flawless execution. I feel a little bit more damage in the Gwish. Feel a little more consistency against the majors. It's subtle, but very nice. And honestly, the prayer difference doesn't feel too bad. I am going to have to tank that hit against this guy, unfortunately. Now I'm tanking both like an idiot type shit. Turn the music down a little bit. No, that hit was crazy. No, I got double hit. We're down bad, actually, now. We already used both our blowpipe specs, too. The saddest possible thing that could have happened to us. We'll double heal off this, and then maybe we get a big heal here. We get the freezer, swap to range so we don't take any damage. Let these unstack. Good thing I put on that range prayer. I was like wondering if that was one tile too far. I might mark that tile. Like anything past this tile is past my range. So if it's on that tile, then it's going to pull me forward. All right, we know now. Turn my sounds up. I can barely hear them. There we go. See if we can get any healing. Oh, no, come back. Come back. Come back. Code red. Oh, God, please let me tank something. How did this happen? Go 1 for 1? No! I got owned right there. Come back. Stack them up. Nice. And the 0 on the spec. The Guish casually letting me down right there. What the heck? You know what I was thinking about the other day? In WoW, you can hit zeros in WoW, but you actually don't, you can't hit zeros. You can miss, get dodge, or parried. You never really hit a 0. And you definitely can't hit like a 1 in WoW. You can't hit a 1. You can hit your minimum, like you can hit your minimum weapon damage, but it's usually way more than 1. And RuneScape's like different in that regard because you can hit any number. You can hit 0 up to your max hit. It's just a random number. I was thinking about that the other day, how different that is. I wonder what WoW would be like if you could hit 1s with some of your attacks. It might be miserable. I don't think it would translate well. How baked were you when you're thinking about that? Dude, what are you talking about? Like I did bake some stuff for the Thanksgiving. And by bake, I mean I bought baked goods from the bakery. All right, he's probably going to respawn that blob, and then I'm going to have to one-tick flick, and then we're going to leave the bat alive. I definitely feel more consistency in the DPS with the Anguish. I feel like I'm not planking as much. I don't know why chat didn't tell me to get an Anguish sooner. Chat's fault. For sure, 100%. Dude, this guy's still alive. Please tell me those die. No! The 1 HP is crazy. All right, we tank those. Swap maybe. Okay. Venom, Schmitty, Epinoms. Thank you guys for the primes. I'm going to go here and one tick flick so if he respawns anything. Okay, here we go. There's the respawn. Yo, Nom Glider, thank you for the prime. Tanker? The humble tanker? Easy. It's a 0 damage wave. Does he have a suffer ring? Guys, we have no rings at all. I just got my first Zenyte yesterday, guys. That took me ages. Expect me to have another one already? Going dry gets back-to-backs quickly. Yeah, I think Joker, how many Zenytes does he have now? Because he went drier than me, I guess, on the first Zenny. Actually, we're okay here. We pray range and go here. Then we can drop the range and then take these out. Then we can swap here. Kill the melee. Oh, man. We're out here seeing different. We're seeing the game differently now. Yeah, I don't really like to later on you want to get rid of the snakes pretty quickly and then try to kill the major as fast as possible. So I kind of start doing that early to mentally prepare myself later on. It's like you want to get rid of the bat. You want to get rid of the bat, get rid of the snake as fast as you can, and then one tick flick. That's the usual solve. Get rid of bat, get rid of snake, one tick flick. That's like every solve past like wave 50 something. Always corner trap if you can, then you can move here. So you just get rid of the snake like this. This is like the easiest solve you can get for a snake. And then you usually be like getting hit from something over here or two things. And you're like one tick flip or one tick alternating while killing the snake. Okay, now the snake is already back, so we just kill it, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. It's done. Guys, how sick would that be if I made an Inferno guide on my very first kill? Hey guys, today we're going to show you how to kill Zuck as like a brand new player with minimal gear. I'm like explaining everything. I randomly get the kill, then just post my very first Zuck kill as a guide. Time to tank some damage, boys. Go back. Swap back to range. Go here. Take out the snake. Move one step forward so we can save spot. Swap back every 4 ticks. Snake dies here. We move back. We're already range praying, so then we can move to mage. Then we flick. I'm flicking my share on out 8. Oh, this is a trap. Nice. First run of the day. I like first run of the day. You're more like, you know, fresh. But you're also not really warmed up. There's like a pro and a con, I guess. It's like when me and Shobek play together, you know? One pro and one con. Ha! Got him! Trying the music. 1 second. He's wearing the Gwish? Yes, sir. Another day, another Inferno. With the boys. I always say with the boys, but like I swear there's more girls that play RuneScape than there are girls that play classic WoW. Yo, type 1 in the chat if you're a girl. Holy crap. It's like 90% girls in here. That's crazy. You guys really think people would lie about being a girl in chat? Come on. Ass wave. Ass wave. Actually, let me bring this guy in. Let me come this way. Why? Damn it. Don't get pulled. Oh, that was a good click. Chill. Nice. The one-shotter. The 0 damage tank. The clutch. Y'all know about the wave 48. The wave 48, baby. Now we gotta go here. We gotta go here and pray range. Yup. Yup. I knew it. So predictable, these blobs. Am I right, guys? They're just so predictable. I think we can piss real quick. Bro, I think I average like 2 Ps in Inferno. This place is like a long time in here. Maybe I should change my name to Heavy Pisser. Ow. I'm gonna wait for the snake real quick. No. Surely I get like all my health back right here, right, guys? No, that's gonna hurt. Nice. We swap range. Easy. Go range. The big suck. I think we got time to kill this. Yep. Yep. That tile is right. It does pull you in. I knew I was going to get pulled in because I marked that tile earlier. Should have had those tiles marked already, but... Would you guys say that the Inferno is a red prison? Red Prison 2. But it does have a 100% drop rate, which is pretty cool. Oh, a Ranger Mage. And I'm dead. What do I do here? No. I screwed that up. I think it was the right thing to do to tank that Ranger hit. I was only supposed to take one, but I fat fingered the right click attack. No, to kill the Nibbler, you would have gotten hit by both of them. Yeah, I guess you could off-tick them. Off-tick was probably the best play, actually. Yeah. I'm so scared to off-tick Ranger Mage, because if I miss the Mage, it's just like, dude, devastation. Nice. Oh, Lord, not the triple stack. Oh, Lordy, have a mercy. Oh, 07. I forgot about the bat. Chat, what do I do about the damn bat? Oh, shit. I have to kill the bat first. Man, I was hoping he would be lined up on the Ranger one-tick flick, but he's actually not off. He's on the opposite off-tick. I'm gonna have to kill the bat first. And then reset it. All right, here we go. Ah! All the nibblers are dead. Okay, it's regular now. Regular. That was a scary one. The tanker. We have all three pillars. Wave 53 now. That's pretty good. Can you feel the damage? Yeah, I can feel the damage upgrade a little bit. It's definitely a vibe. Everybody relax. It's going to be fine. Oh, y'all gonna make me one tick flick this early? Off tick, rather. I ain't gonna lie, the Gwish is kind of fragging out. Dude, Treadies with the Gwish would go kind of cray. We might have to we definitely might have to go for that next. You're too old to be saying shit like that? What do you mean? Actually, I didn't have to kill that, but it's fine. Okay. Does make it a little bit easier. Aren't you almost 40? I mean, pfft. Aren't we all almost 40? I mean, we're all closer to 40 than we are to 100. I mean, think about it like that. 30s is the new 20s? Okay, now you're starting to sound like an old person. Now you're giving us away, bud. That shit old people say to make them feel better about themselves. I'm not nervous. La, 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 Oh, I just ruined it. I'm ass at the game. That is a rip. Big rip. Big rip. I have to run defense. Dude, there's no way. I might lose my pillar here. Like the worst wave ever. Ah. 91 health on the main pillar is crazy bad. I think that was the only solve that I had, though. I'm pretty sure it was the only solve I had. I couldn't think of anything else to get to the nibblers. I definitely couldn't go here. I could have ran like all the way around. I would have had to tank blob hits and bats. I don't know. I think it was the fastest way to do it was to just kill the mage as quickly as possible. Just get rid of him and then handle it. Let's just hope that we don't have another situation where we have to let the nibblers chew on this pillar. How? Okay. No! No! He's dead. Huge heals. Swap to range. Okay. Fat blowpipe specs there, yeah. Melee. Shit. Swap range. That solve was kosher, boys. That solve was kosher. Chad, is there no sound on the stream? You guys have sound, right? There's no game sound? Really? Hold on. The heck? Where is my game sound? I'm so sorry. I'm trying to fix my game sound and I clicked. Oh. There's 2 copies of the game open. Let me log out. You guys hear that? I think it's working now. Yeah, that happens whenever there's 2 copies of the game open. I didn't realize I had 2 copies open. Alright, I logged out for a second though. Oh, don't go there, don't go there, don't go there. You can get meleeed there. Okay. Alright. Chat. Y'all know what time it is. 07s. 07s, chat. I'm gonna close the game. I'm gonna stop reading chat for the remainder of this run. I'll see you guys in a bit. I'm going to mute all the alerts, but we're going to keep the alerts on so anyone who's trying to troll me with alerts loses their points. Guys, don't use your points. Okay? Okay. All right, one more bathroom break. I gotta do it. Gotta do it. I woke up feeling a little bit sick today, so I've been drinking a lot of water. Wave 59, I think. Come on. Wave 58. Same wave again, but 2 bats in the next one. I'm gonna try to kill the snake here. Snake digs. We have to go for the corner trap. I did not swap quick enough. We tanked that, luckily. We're gonna let that pillar die, or we're gonna kill... I want to kill the bat. Actually, I didn't even need to. Just lost one attack because they're both range. Hey, we're gonna try to kill this major and then get over there and save the pillar with 1 HP if possible. No, it's gone. It's okay. The biggest problem is my current pillar is very low on HP. Range spotting. That was good.
Dying on my hardcore Iron Man. Completed.
Well. God damn, that wave was rough. Holy shit. Holy shit, guys. What? I got deleted instantly. Let's watch it back. Let's watch it back. I think this solve was on the other side with one tick flicking the mage and the melee. Maybe I should have went left there. That was ass. Okay. Dude, that was a hard ass wave, guys. That was a hard wave. You can't go here. You can't go here. Then you're tanking 4 mobs. Here is 4 mobs. The only solution is here, and then you're tanking 3. No. Fuck, dude. This is the worst possible wave. This shit is ass. Oh my god. There is no solve. Tanking the bat and the mage. Freeze the meleeer? Yeah, you die trying to freeze the meleeer. I mean, either way, my pillar's dead here, guys. Either way, even if I solve this wave, I believe my pillar is dead. So no matter what, I think this run is over. I only have 80 health on my pillar here. Your pillar's 10 health off full? I relogged. My pillar has 80 health. Dude, the only solve is right here. Kill the bat and one tick and flick melee range. Flick melee magic. I was already late to swap to the ranger here. Holy shit, this wave sucks ass. Yeah, the only solution is to go here, pretty much tanking these two mobs, praying mage, and then occasionally, if they're off ticked, dude, this wave sucks. Like, I have all day to think about what I want to do, and when it actually happens, you have 0.6 seconds to figure it out. So I need to be ready for when this happens again. When this happens again, I need to go here praying mage, kill the bat, and off tick melee mage, and then kill the snake. Holy shit, I died so fast. Because I died so fast because I didn't swap to range prayer. Yeah, I'm not protecting against anything. I'm just tanking everything. Then I swapped to range prayer. And they're both hitting me for max. Or very, very high hits at least. Holy shit, I died in 2 attacks. That is crazy. Whew. I wasn't praying anything. I mean, I was, but it was 2 attacks late. Swap to range. Swap to range for the 3rd attack, but I was already dead by then. I mean, guys, I died here. I died here in like, what, 2 seconds? 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000. 4.5 seconds. 4.5 seconds I died. And it was already too late. Shit. That is by far the hardest wave I've ever had. I don't even know if I've ever had this wave before where there really isn't a solve. You have to tank something. Like you have to tank a bat here. And no, so listen, guys. No matter what, at the start of this wave, let me explain to you guys this. No matter what, at the start of this wave, I'm praying magic. So at the start of this wave, I'm taking 2 hits, 1 and 2. No matter what. Start of this wave, boom. That's already a double range hit. I should have already swapped to range. If I did swap to range, I wouldn't have taken that hit. But no matter what, I'm tanking this hit. Then when I move here, I should be swapping back to mage, which the first melee actually hits me for a 0, which is lucky. Okay? First range hits me for 20. Next melee hits me for 27. Then I'm here and I'm taking hits from the bat. Okay, and then hopefully they're off ticked, but if they're not, then we're in a trouble situation, and I've got to kill the bat probably with the blowpipe spec, and then hope that the snake is not hitting me. I hope they're off ticked. Yeah. Holy shit. I mean, that's the best decision. Every side you go to has 3 mobs. Every side you go to has 3 mobs there. That is not what you want, guys. This wave is not what you want. I saw the mage here. I saw the range here. I'm going to be honest. I don't even remember seeing the blob. Like, the blob was kind of just came in last second. I'm mainly looking for this, and this when the wave starts and trying to put myself in a position where I can off-tick flick. Because the blob doesn't matter because you just off-tick flick and the blob doesn't do any damage. The only ones that matter are this guy and this guy. You need to know what to pray. So if I'm here, I need to be range. If I'm here, I need to be mage. I thought about going here, then I saw the bat and I saw the snake, and the snake wasn't going to get trapped, so I was confused. I decided to stay here, tank it, then I swapped to range too late. But I was thinking about going here, changed my mind, and then by the time I changed my mind, it was already too late. And I Sarah brewed once, but it didn't matter. Holy shit ass wave, bro. Holy terrible wave. We go again. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. That wave, even if I solve it the best way that I know possible, is still a 50-50 chance that I die. If I get that wave again, no matter what, you're taking a hit from the ranger right away. Even if you swap to range, then you're taking a hit from the mage. Or then you're taking a hit from the melee if you swap to range to avoid the hit from the blob. You can either swap to melee and take... You're either taking a hit from the ranger and the melee, or you're taking a hit from the ranger and the blob. And then you're moving into... And then you're moving into mage, which you're going to take hits from the bat. So no matter what, you're taking hits from 3 different mobs, even if you play perfectly on that wave. That, and it's RNG because it depends on how hard those hits are. If they're max hits, if you get hit 40, 30, and then like 15 from the bat, you're dead. And then that's if you flick the mage and the melee perfectly. And that's you having 1 second to solve the wave, by the way, and doing all of that perfectly, which is not likely. Which is not likely that you do that. That is by far the hardest wave you can get. Hardest wave I've seen, at least. I don't know. I don't want to speak like... Maybe there's a harder wave, but that's the hardest one I've seen. I was not ready for that. %100% was not ready for that. All right, new prediction up. I think my water runes are good. Oh, I got 4 prairie gens. Shit. And my pillar was almost gone too, like, and one of the nibblers made it through. I mean, highly likely that my pillar is very close to death there, even if I solve the wave too. It was just not a good situation. All around, that was the worst possible situation. No matter what, I'm losing at least like 30, 40 health. At least half my pillar health there. At least half. Water runes are good. You only use like 300 per run. At this point, ask someone for advice. Nah, we're doing a series. We're doing a YouTube series where we don't ask anyone for any like GMs or anything like that for coaching. Every other thing that we do in this game, we'll get coaching. But this was the one thing I don't want to do that. How's it looking? Pretty good on wave 3. Things are looking good. Thank you for asking. Plus, I have chat giving me amazing advice. I mean, people are telling me things like, you know, just do more damage, like, don't die. Like, these things are really helpful. And, I mean, you can honestly say that I'm getting coached by chat. Uh-oh. We're good. The tanker. That wave, like I said, guys, that wave that I just got, you know, if we get that wave again, there's a high possibility that I die to it again. I mean, you at this point, like, you kind of just don't want to get that wave. That's kind of how you solve that for me, at least for me. I guarantee you there are probably some really good people at the game that would still struggle on that wave if they got bad RNG. It's you're guaranteed taking hits on that wave. Like, you're guaranteed, no matter who you are, you're guaranteed taking hits on that wave. If you're getting hit for max damage, that's hard to come back from. That's a tough one. Insta blowpipe spec wave? Oh, of course, but you have to put yourself in the spot that's, you know, gonna take the least amount of damage. And maybe I could have stayed in that spot and one tick flick the ranger and the blob while just tanking the mage, and then blowpipe specking the melee. But that kind of was my plan. I just did it too late, and even then, you're just taking a ton of damage. Sorry, when's the next merch drop? I've never had merch in my life, guys. So the next one would be the first one. Well, what would be some good merch I could have? The Inferno Owl? Maybe we'll have to do the Inferno Owl. I need to get the Inferno first, though. The Salve Amulet merch. The Tree Spirit? The Master Blood Rune Crafter. Alright, guys. Wait, what was that term that we said yesterday about the positive stuff? It was like a... There was like an acronym you guys made up? Positivity? We need that. We need positivity merch. PPC. That's Bayos. What does PPC stand for? Positivity, Prosperity, Community? Something like that. Oh, the Inferno. Chat, some days the Inferno just gets the best of you, man. Those waves are no joke. 60 through 63, you could get like one wave after another that's just like that one. Okay. Okay. Up here. That snake has some thick scales. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you could blow pipe the snake, dude, and they just, like, don't take any damage, too. You can double zero. If you're getting, like, If you get hit heavy off the start and then your blowpipe does nothing, I don't know, man. That wave, it's a pretty soul-crushing wave. I'm doing a crazy jig to this joint. Are you guys vibing? Congrats on the Anguish. Yo, thank you very much, Lucky. $42 on that one. Oh, I could have just prayed melee. Holy damage! I've hit this guy 4 times already. Most first capes have a fair bit of good wave RNG that carries them to completion. Most first capers will not know how to flick that wave you died on. Yeah. After studying it for like a minute straight and like analyzing every solve, I mean, right here was the best solve. Killing the bat and then double blow piping the off tick flicking the melee and the mage will double blow pipe specking the melee. It was rough either way you look at it, guys. It was just gonna be rough. Please die. If I see that wave again, I'll know immediately what to do. And we'll go right into it. We definitely got better. We definitely got better after that, you know, after that death. Each time we die, we get better. Failure doesn't mean you're bad. It means you're getting better. Gotta learn from it. Let me turn on all the YouTube alerts and everything again. Should have alerts back now. Agnil, thank you for the Twitch Prime. If I missed it, I think I missed a couple. You never lose, you either win or you learn. Okay, I like that. I like that quote. Turn those L's into lessons. Yeah, we're spitting today in the chat, huh? Nice, we're gonna take one hit. Humble. See what you can do with the Anguish. The Anguish is definitely it's definitely a little DPS increase. I can feel it. More consistency with the damage. Very nice to have. What's love star? Keep up the good work. Bodzo, thank you, man. Try the new brews? I can't, guys. I'm an Iron Man. I don't have the skills. It would take me weeks to get those brews. Shit. Could be dead here. Fuck! I'm brewed down too. I can't stop flicking to drink anything else. No, freeze him. Nope, I wasn't praying. Range? Shit. The Inferno is not that hard when the nibblers die right away, I'll tell you that. Shit. When they don't die right away, though, can make an easy wave incredibly, like, bad. Okay. What wave am I at? Top left right there. Wave 25. You blowpipe walking the healers? Yeah. Blowpipe walking healers and safe spotting on the next attempt. Can you get it this run? Getting late for EU people? Oh yeah, sorry about that if you're on EU trying to watch. We'll see, man. We'll see how wave 60 through 63 is. Pretty confident on Jads now. I think we definitely get a Zuck attempt. If we can get through 63. Two Brucips down already, though. That's super sad. Guys, I died on my hardcore. This was a hardcore iron. I died on my third day playing. To the tree spirit. Most people die on their irons to that guy anyway, so it's like it wasn't really that big of a deal. Kind of like a rite of passage at this point, you know what I mean? I've lost multiple hardcores there. Yeah, see, it's like a pretty common RuneScape thing. First time players, veterans, GMs, they all down that guy. It's not even a big deal. You usually get Inferno before Spirit Tree. Most people do. Yeah. I figured I'd try it first, you know? But unfortunately it was my downfall. But I was willing to take that sacrifice. Oh man, it's gonna feel crazy probably being done with Inferno. Assuming we ever beat this place. I feel like I've been in here forever. Please die. No! Forgot to pray. I can't use any more brews. I have to figure it out. God dang it. What do I do? Is he dead? Okay. Lost a lot of health on the pillar there. I keep getting waves that are, they're all separate, like in a diamond. And it's like, it's annoying, bro. Ooh. I can wait for a blowpipe spec. 10 seconds for a blowpipe spec. This has been a rough run so far. A lot of mistakes. See if I can get a heal. There's a heal. Double heal off that one. Triple heal off this one, maybe? Oh, I got the freeze. Nice. Gotta love it when you get the freeze. Double ranger. Swapping. Freeze the double and then blow our Bofa the single. There we go. Got you, 4D. I'm working on it. Glad to hear you're working on yourself too, bud. Okay. Mage waves. How's the pillar health? 164, 196, 228 on wave 36. It's mid tier. Give it a 5 out of 10. Better than last run though, I think. Yo, 99 Blood, thank you for gifting that sub to Yanar. Heavy Pisser would have cleared this by now? Oh, 100%. He would have had to take way more, like, bathroom breaks, but he would have cleared it by now. Type shit. Let's go. It doesn't matter. Double bat. We got the freezer. Oh, getting the freezer is so nice. Sard is friends with Brian Urlacher on the Bears. Nope, never met him. Could be, guys. Could be. I'm gonna tell you the real reason I want the cape is because I don't want to do any more blood rune farming. Dude, the 3 to 5 hours of off stream so that I can do Inferno on the next stream is definitely weighing on me after 2 weeks. Maybe longer than that, actually. What's your rune crafting level? Almost 81. Yeah. Yeah, every day after the stream for 3 to 5 hours, I farm mats so that I can run Inferno on the stream the next day. And it's shit's rough, man. I ain't gonna lie. We're planning to yarn? No, not anymore. We talked about it. But a lot of people said they would stop watching my stream if I de-ironed. So we gotta stay. Swap. Did Guzu leave? So basically, like, Guzu and Savix are just kind of going where they're probably taking a break from RuneScape because RuneScape is a lot, guys. It's a lot of grinding, and we all chose Iron Man. So them like taking a break right now will hopefully prevent them from quitting later, you know? Or like not playing ever again if they burn out too much, you know? Okay. Guzu got a quest cape. Good time for a break. Yeah, I think it was a good time for a break for him. I think he earned it. Plus, he did all of it blind, which... You also got to remember, Guzu played like a month longer than mostly everybody else. Savix and Guzu started before everybody, so... They've actually been playing a little bit longer than everybody else. You guys have to remember too, like, Savix and Guzu are like, they're good streamers. And so like good streamers, guys, they're always thinking about content. And on an Iron Man as a streamer, you can maybe feel like all the farming that you have to do might be looked at as not great content. And so to them, to a streamer, it's like, I don't know if Iron Man, it's a balance of like enjoying the game, doing good content, and then not burning out. And so you're always weighing like those options. And I think that like taking a break can prevent you from burnout and then coming back and then you kind of refresh. And so like you're always kind of weighing those things. I miss the TOA Fridays. I mean, we still do TOA Fridays. It's just a little bit later now since all the EU... Well, not really all the EU. Joker still plays. But the majority of players that we have now are like EU, and all the new guys that are playing are from America. It's a better time zone for them. I think when LMGD... He might be raid ready now, so we're going to try to plan an earlier raid for LMGD. Soon. Oh, that was fun. He didn't die. Okay. Imagine the content OnlyFans OSRS could churn out. I wouldn't mind an OnlyFans OSRS if we got like a private server teamed up with Jagex and had the entire server to ourselves kind of thing. That would be kind of cool. It'd have to be like a accelerated version, like a faster OSRS, like a 3-month. And you could do Tyler's team versus Soda's team, and then like there could be PKs, And then you could include spying, like you could, because everyone has to stream. So if somebody goes to the wilderness, you could like go gank them. You have to travel in groups so you don't get ganked and lose your stuff, like Bronze Man mode. DMM server or something like that, yeah. Yeah, like Deadman. Deadman, seasonal, like a League's Deadman private server where you have two big guilds. Or maybe you could break it. You could maybe break it into smaller teams like they do Deadman. Something like that would definitely work. Although the sweats and stuff would make it challenging to balance. In OnlyFans, the premiere event was a 40-man raid at the very end, and kind of the drama was like seeing who gets into the raid and who gets the loot, who gets to raid lead. And so I think the only, like, you need some big event that you're building up to at the very end. And the only thing I can think of in RuneScape would be PvP. And you pair everybody up against an evenly matched person. I'm gonna hit the bathroom again really quick. 41. Wait, 41. The Soda Block was peak. Yeah, that was so sick, dude. I'm so happy I was on Soda and Oda Block's team for that tournament. It was a lot of fun. Okay. We land the freeze, but we do 5 dam. Do we clean up there? Of course we do. Actually, can move here. Sard is heavy pisser confirmed. Today I am, dude. I woke up kind of sick, so I've been chugging waters all day. Yeah, it's crazy that the OSRS kind of popped off right at that moment, and then OTK was looking to host an event. They had just signed a kick deal where they were looking to do, you know, some events for that year. And Soda happens to be in OTK, and he happens to be, you know, playing OSRS, even though it was only for a few weeks. It was so many stars aligned for that to happen. It was just crazy. The craziest thing is that hold on a second. OTK doesn't even do, like, video game events and stuff, really. Not anymore. They're more IRL. What's the first things you're changing or adding to Classic Plus? I'm redesigning the profession system. I'm making loot more horizontal, and I am there's so many things. There's so many things. All the profession. I mean, the game is going to be as much like RuneScape as possible while keeping it WoW. That's like the shortest answer. But if you look at every single thing that RuneScape does well, we're going to try to incorporate that into WoW. And anywhere where RuneScape works in WoW, we're going to pretty much do it. If I go to that one, I'm going to get pulled forward. I would have taken like a hit from everything. I have to very quickly kill this snake and then try to just tank some bat hits. Okay, we're taking some bat hits. Moving here. Going here. Double blowpipe spec the bat. Then we're going to go here. We're going to kill this bat. That's going to allow us to come up here and then kill the snake. I mean, yeah, like I said, RuneScape doesn't one-to-one convert to WoW, so it's so limited on what you can bring over, but the ability to do every skill, I would change the way that you could interact with mobs. Like, if you're a level 1, you would be able to hit a level 60. But only for like 1 damage, and you would miss most of your attacks, right? It wouldn't be very accurate. But in the current way that the game is coded, that's impossible. So I would have it like, you know, 1,000 level 1s could actually, you know, maybe go in and kill a Molten Giant or something if you were able to all zone into like, you know, a raid, for example, or like a world boss. They'd be able to like, if you just, how many level 1s would it take to kill Kazakh kind of thing? Even though it would never happen because Kazakh, I think, heals or something if you die. But theoretically, that's one way I would make it more like RuneScape. Is like in RuneScape you can hit a mob that's way higher level than you, and I really like that. It's good content too, for content creators like Rendy and such. But like now we're talking about changing the like core elements of WoW, you know, and WoW, a core element of Classic is you can't hit a mob that's 5 levels higher than you. It's a red mob. You just won't hit it. You won't land any hits. Unless you're like a hunter. Almost died right there. It's -1 super restore. Oh, change. Fuck, I thought he was dead. Sorry, guys. I do try to talk to chat in here. But when I start actually thinking about stuff and having like a good conversation, I die. It's a win-lose. I have 54 health for the next wave. Okay. No, actually, I need to suction those. This is so awful. Oh, my pillars. This has been my most scuffed Inferno run in like weeks. I've already used 3 sips of brew. My pillars are ass. It is looking grim. I lost half of a restore because I had to brew already too. Like when you it's not just the brews usually, it's that you have to restore after you brew. And if your prayer isn't low enough, then you're wasting the restore. And that's like the one of the biggest deals. You don't really have restores to be wasting like that. You need every single one. Fuck. No! Okay, he's dead. Holy shit, I took a hit from the mage off the start too. That pillar is getting owned again. I have to somehow refill my health. That is also going to dig. Which we can trap. I don't really have a plan here. Shit. We have wave 48. Wave 48 next, and I have no health. No spec. God damn it. Dude, it's just the nibblers, bro. The nibblers make this so incredibly hard to save the pillars. Like, when you don't freeze them. Like, everything changes when you have low pillar health. Finally got an easy wave there. Nice. I need at least... I want 4 restores. I want 4 restores and 5 brews. Or 3 restores and 5 brews for Zuck would be ideal. I decided to take that hit. That's so fucking stupid. Oh my god. The misclick are insane today. That pillar's dead anyway. Lost a pillar on wave 51. All right, 07's chat. I'm going to try to lock in. 07's, guys. I'm not reading chat anymore. I'm going to turn off all the alerts. We're going to see if I can clutch up here. I'm muting a little bit earlier because I died last one. I'm turning all the sound alerts and everything off. I won't be able to see any of it, guys. So hold your points. A cramp in my finger. What the heck? My clicking finger. Not good, not good, not good. All right, now that pillar is just unfortunately effed. So if you're just tuning in, this is my worst Inferno run that I've had in the past few weeks. I have 1.5 pillars left. And I've already had to use almost a Serapot in this run. It is looking grim. Okay. Double bat, blob ranger mage next. Still have a good bit of regions left. Come on, big heal. There we go. Ooh. Not the easiest wave. We dealt with it though. Just gonna go ahead and kill the snake first. When the mages respawn, it's actually 12 ticks. When they respawn something. I thought it was 8, but I think it's 12. What in the... $59 next. I don't know if I can save that pillar. The zeros are crazy, bro. No fucking way. No fucking way. Oh my god. It's huge, guys. That's huge. That's huge. We saved that pillar for one more pull. No. Swap too soon.
Dying on my hardcore Iron Man. Completed.
That was the wave that killed me last time, I think, guys. It was a similar one, at least. Ugh. I think it was a prey melee angle, yeah. It's so much. It's so much so quickly. Same wave again, boys. Same wave again. So we're starting off by taking... We're going to start off here by guaranteed taking a range hit. As well as a blob hit. Which only hit for 15. And then I pray melee and block the snake's hit. So I pretty much decide to pray melee to not take the blob hit. So this was the right choice. I knew I could get 2 auto attacks in on the snake before I needed to change my strategy, but I knew the mage was coming in, so I had to pray mage. I needed the blob to come in sooner. I need to wait for the blob to come in here. So now I'm going to take a hit from the bat and the snake, of which I decide as soon as I take the melee to move back through here. Here is where I should have swapped to melee and double blowpiped. This was a great solve by me, but unfortunately, I chose to flick the blob here instead of the melee. Yeah, I solved it correctly. I just didn't pray right. And I had one blowpipe spec available. Yeah. That's 2 guaranteed hits. I mean, that was a good swap to melee here. Watch it in, like, watch how fast it is in real time, though. Two, 6. Damn, if I would have clicked melee there, we had a chance. We had a chance if I clicked melee. Oh my god, bro. That's literally the same wave, guys. Well, a similar wave where you get the snake spawn right on top of you. And either way you go, you have to flick. I mean, here was the best solve. It's blob melee. But I was already low, rounding the corner. This was great, man. This was freaking great. Is that a melee hit for 18? $16 melee hit? No. That was a bat hit. What are all these hits? That's a melee. 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 That's a melee for 16. Bat. Double bat? I get double bat? How much did this bat hit me for? 16. 18. Oh my God, the bat owned me. Holy shit. 16, 18 from the bat. That's almost double max hit. Into a 26 off prayer. I actually tank the blob hit correctly there with the range prayer, but I gotta swap back. It's gotta be melee, and then you gotta swap mage. You have to do melee hit, and then you gotta swap mage. Oh my God, bro. And the blue moon top. I have my blue moon top on here. Panic, probably a panic click. Did I panic click my blue moon top? Probably, right? Yeah, whenever I swap to Bofa, I'm so used to clicking my crystal chess piece. That was a big mistake. That was a massive mistake I just noticed. I have my blue moon top on the whole time, guys. Less defense, less damage. And that's the difference right there. That's the difference. It's just habit. I double click when I equip my Bofa. I just double click because it's normally my chest. I can't be doing that. Cannot be making that big of a mistake on wave 61. Oh, dude, it's so annoying. It's so annoying, guys. I'm pretty beat down after that one, boys. I think I need a break for a bit. Maybe we can try one in like 30 minutes or so. Maybe I'll just sit here and watch a video or something and try to like not be so out of it. Like 3 hours in the Inferno, guys, or 4 hours in the Inferno is rough. Is there a behemoth out or something? Let's watch this theory-wise video. Why MMOs are going backwards.
This is where wins meet. It just released and is at the peak of its popularity. It's not really an MMORPG, more a MORPG, a multiplayer online game, and even then, very light on those elements. But in many ways, it's conceptually what I envisioned the MMO genre to look like 15 odd years ago. Just look at this game. It's gorgeous, vibrant, dense, detailed. Add a couple hundred
players
look
on
pretty
screen,
good. And teenage theory-wise, busy WoW rating would have been in awe. And this is old school RuneScape, which has double the concurrent players online right now.
Damn.
So something is clearly up, right? This is not normal, but I think it can be perfectly explained. At this point, it's common knowledge that so many of the best MMOs are well over a decade old, not just because new ones aren't released.
I said that. I've been saying this for a while, guys. I don't care what an MMO looks like. I only care if, like, pretty much what I care about is, are there people playing it? Because if there's people playing it, then it's good. And if there's a lot of people playing it, then there's hype. And hype is half of what makes an MMO good. If nobody's playing it, I don't want to play. That's as simple as that. It doesn't matter what it looks like, but it looks pretty good.
But because there's something missing from them. A couple videos ago, I discussed a pervasive failure in modern MMO design, as they struggle to be worth checking out after their release. Once a new MMO launches, you have only a month or so to hop on the bandwagon or be left behind, with new zones, new items, new systems, and seasons creating a jambalaya of overwhelming onboarding. We talked about how seasonality is a way to create soft resets, but deduced that...
Yeah, I guess so. Like, some people might not want to play the game if they get left behind, but isn't that kind of the magic of RuneScape? Is like, it's not really... It doesn't really matter if you're behind because your progress is forever saved. It's not really a seasonal game. In a way, I guess it does. I guess like retail WoW works in its own way where it's like, yeah, you reset at the beginning of every season. You have a chance to go again, but... In RuneScape, there's no resets, but people still play. It's just a forever MMO. And I guess both of those extremes kind of work where you're getting resets. You either get resets all the time or you never get resets. One of the two kind of works.
Leapfrogging new players into the endgame doesn't connect them with the world and their character. they end up being even more overwhelmed by all the changes, and due to the limited time season ticking away in the background, feel rushed to learn. More often than not, people quit MMOs just a couple hours after picking them up, whether they boost to endgame or don't. And that's a failure of foresight, but another trend that many have noticed is a return to the past. Not just in older MMOs retaining popularity, but even newer ones harkening back to a bygone era. Back before fleshed out wiki pages and streamlined seasons, when downloading a game felt like stepping into a new world, when this genre, the MMORPG, was at the height of its popularity. This was always interesting to me because I grew up hearing about the next generation of MMOs that
There's
will
WoW launch
pave
right
the
there.
way to a golden future for the genre.
This
And
is
they
how
would
I
look
remember it.
like, well, like something next gen, fancy, instead of looking like this. We aren't buying VR headsets and prancing around photorealistic worlds. We're evolving backward, recognizing values that might have been underappreciated for their time, and marketing toward demographics that prefer systems over flashy gameplay. I always believe that the best games are those that foment thought after you finish playing. If you go to bed theory crafting a build, or figuring out a path, or considering options for itemization, you're got, because that's what develops connection. The gaming market is so wide today, with hundreds of options at our fingertips, locked behind simple subscriptions and rapid downloads. We live in a time of abundance, and that is never more clear than with just how many games we can play at any given time. In response to this, MMOs have pivoted in their live service models. They don't focus on long-term engagements, but rather short-form with recidivism, meaning you play for short bursts of time but return with every new release, a new patch, season, raid, and so on. This pivot fits the paradigm of most live service models. They work the same way. Huge player count spikes on any given launch, and then severe dips once the majority chews through the content. The more seasonal a game is, the more it is prone to this sporadic form.
It's because we all play the game so much nowadays. Like, we're all degens. It seems like we just have so much time to play video games that, especially now with streamers. And these new MMOs don't really release with a lot of in-game content, and then the game just dies. And then when people aren't playing, then nobody wants to play.
And that works for match-based shooters like Call of Duty or Battlefield, as well as other hyper-competitive match-based games such as League of Legends or Valorant. It doesn't apply as cleanly to an MMO. It transforms a persistent world into a persistently resuscitated one. Joining an MMO season at the tail end of its runtime is akin to traveling through an abandoned theme park. The rides are there, but no one is using them. To me, an MMO is most successful when always having enough people populating its world, but that may not be possible with all that abundance I mentioned earlier. And yet, something is amiss. While retail WoW and Final Fantasy XIV are popular, it wouldn't be far-fetched to suggest that classic WoW is dominating discourse. Old school RuneScape is actually seeing growth, quite a lot of it too. What is causing people to forego the present, the polished, the norm, the short-form seasons, and the constant pull toward other?
Are WoW and RuneScape the most popular MMOs right now on the planet? I mean, is that a fact, or is there like another one that's more popular? New World is dead. Final Fantasy XIV as well. I mean, is it a coincidence that those three MMOs have been around for the longest? I feel like they've been around a very long time. They've had so much time. Like, there's so many Final Fantasy expansions. That's kind of what it takes nowadays to build an MMO. It takes so much time and development time to like make a good MMO.
Other games. Why are so many fans going back in time? I've had this video scripted for a while, so when Jagex reached out to me to sponsor a project, I couldn't think of a better place to put it. Old school RuneScape has been an MMO I've spoken about a lot on this channel, so viewers are likely aware that I'm not just reading an ad when I say that it's doing something pretty damn unique in the MMO space. That's never been more clear than with the release of its first ever new skill, Sailing, the biggest update in the game's history, launched on November 19th, one I have been a proponent of for a long time and have been eagerly awaiting. I'm actually playing it now as I'm speaking. This skill is a blend of old school ideas
Sailing
and
hard.
modern design philosophies, blending the long-term satisfaction of old school RuneScape with all kinds of incredible activities. Chart the seas, discover islands, salvage shipwrecks, solve riddles, battle sea monsters, and challenge your wits with the Barracuda trials. And that's just the start of it too. You can upgrade your boat, complete brand new quests, and discover all the incredible ways sailing has been integrated with the game. Best of all, it's there for everyone. It's not endgame content. You don't need to play for 1,000 hours to experience it.
That's one thing kind of cool about RuneScape is like you can it's such a sandboxy type of game. You could choose your own, you can choose whatever you want to play. It's all a bunch of mini games inside of one game, and you kind of choose what you want to level up. If you're soda popping, you just go straight to Temporos and never leave. You know what I mean? Like that's just what some people do. It's kind of cool. You can just play it your own way, and it is like a lot of just different games inside of one.
Simply log in on a member's account and set sail. If you're new to RuneScape, use the handy link in the description to get started. Thanks again, and let's get back to the topic. But that was kind of the topic, right? I'm pretty sure everyone who skipped that ad is very confused right now, but that's why that ad was so perfect for this video. I promise I'm not shilling when I say that old school RuneScape has seen immense growth over the past 2 years by more than 30 to 40% because of the developers and players' synergy with envisioning a long-term future for this funny little British point-and-click adventure game. There is absolutely no universe where something like this can have over 3 million subscribers.
Dude, old school RuneScape is pretty unique in the sense that, like, let's say you're going to try to make an OSRS killer. You want to make OSRS, but better. Better graphics, better systems, same type of like sandbox, world skilling, everything. And the actual company that made OSRS tried to do that, and they couldn't even do it. So why would you even assume that like another company could come in and make an OSRS killer when the actual company that made OSRS couldn't even do it? OSRS is just something special, man. A lot of times they just get it right on the first try, and it's all by accident. And I feel like that's a lot that happened in Classic WoW too. The devs even admitted it. That's why it's just so good. A lot of it was just accidental.
And yet, it does. What the hell? MMOs are odd in their retrospection. It's rare that an entire genre takes steps back to mitigate mistakes in the present, the most prominent of which is the filing down of friction in service of approachability. I just talked about friction in my prior video, so I don't want to retread topics too much, but I will summarize friction as follows. Obstacles in game design that are meant to pace your journey and create satisfaction. Friction is both intentional and
I got a hell of a lot of friction right now farming these runes for the Inferno, I'll tell you that. Iron Man got too much friction for me.
not. A bad UI is a source of friction, one which likely isn't an overall positive. Meanwhile, a grind in an MMO is also a source of friction, and that is one of the most defining features of the entire genre.
I'm
To
fricked
me,
up.
you can't have
I'm
an
fricked
MMO
up.
without grinds. That's how you create persistence and how MMOs manage
I'm
to
freaking
tap
my
into
shit right
different
now.
skill sets than most other genres, valuing patience over reaction times. Friction is deceptively challenging to design around. It's an incredibly fine balance, like threading a needle. It's also subjective. If you have 1 hour a week to play a game, a 30-hour grind is a multi-month long process for you. That may be too much friction, but if you can play 30 hours a week, then it's likely doable, especially if the reward is deemed worth it. My favorite example of friction is in the From Software Souls series, including Bloodborne and Elden Ring. These are games that are notoriously high on friction, too high for some people. That has been the case ever since Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1, facing
Did it?
3 separate paths from Firelink Shrine,
Didn't he just say he wasn't going to talk about friction?
little to no guidance in itemization, and over a dozen stats to begin calculating and understanding. But as players became better at these games, the designers started to increase difficulty in an effort to retain the balance of friction for existing fans. What they may not have considered, though, is new players, those who don't have 3 preceding titles to hone
Yo, have you considered Revenants for GP? Caleb? Yeah, but no as well. It could be a waste of time. I definitely can't do it on stream, so I don't know. I don't know if I want to try that.
their talents on. Picking up Dark Souls 1 after beating Dark Souls 3 is like playing a Kirby game. It's so much simpler to beat. So how do we thread this needle for all players, new and returning? That's where From Software did something simple yet genius. Instead of seeing difficulty as a boss moveset or the required speed of a reaction or a memory of a level layout, they saw it more broadly. The bosses continued to get harder, but the friction of spending minutes running back to try them again was softened by adding this, Stake of Marika in Elden Ring. A mini checkpoint that you spawn at when you die. Most challenging areas and bosses have one nearby, meaning that if you do end up getting pummeled, you aren't faced with arduous runbacks where you question whether this game is even worth playing.
I never
anymore.
played Elden Ring, guys.
A
Not a
couple
single
seconds
time.
to recoup and back into the arena you go.
Never
By
played it.
alleviating the friction of pathing to service the friction of combat, they created a game that became their most popular ever, all the while offering much more challenging boss encounters than any preceding title. By balancing both those friction points, you thread the needle and motivate further attempts after failure. Other games expanded even further on this, with the first Berserker Kazan having incredibly challenging boss fights, but placing you just outside their arena upon dying. Additionally, you gain the experience equivalent of the game, allowing your failures to actually raise your stats to soften difficulty further. As someone who isn't as interested in the ball-crushing bosses in Souls games, I was surprised to have beaten the entirety of Kazan without a single AI companion to help, because it was so easy to try again. So how does this all apply to MMOs? To start, we should recognize how removing friction isn't always the right thing to do. The difficulty of Souls games is part of their success and what creates the satisfaction associated with them. But if they were to ratchet up difficulty tenfold, then too few players would gain that satisfaction in the first place. That's the balance. And over time, MMOs struggled to retain relevance in a games market that was exponentially growing and phasing them out, due in part to their required long-term commitments, which is a source of friction. In response, MMOs began to file those things down.
Yeah, I mean, your natural thought as a developer is like, people are quitting because they don't have the time to play. So let's speed up how fast you can get things. It's like a natural thought. But when you do that, you take away the glory of getting things in the game. And you start trying to cater to an audience that's too broad. And that's why they say RuneScape is a niche audience, but it caters to that niche audience very well, is because it doesn't bend the knee to like nerfing grinds. The grinds are absolutely insane. They're for insane people. RuneScape is for insane people that want a like forever grind. And that's why we're all playing it, is because we're all insane. And that's why we like the game, is because it's for us. When you start catering your game to too many people, it's not niche anymore. It's not catering to anyone. And that's why like Classic WoW and OSRS have niche audiences, but they're loyal forever. They never stop playing the game.
Studios, executives, investors all look toward successful examples of live service models and mimic them to the best of their abilities. For an MMO, that resulted in grinding down the edges, shortening playtime, creating more catch-up systems, and quadrupling down on seasonality in support of the prior 2 features. They turned MMOs into something you can pick up and play in about the same time you can Battlefield. Just download the game, get offered a free boost, and you're ready to go. I don't have to spell out the fact that this model clearly didn't translate as well as one might expect. Go figure that crunching down all the nuance in a genre known for complexity in favor of making it more palatable, you end up not really appealing to those who enjoy the genre in the first place. This may be a hot take, but I genuinely believe this is the largest reason why the genre stagnated so much. While other genres took elements of the MMO, the RPG, and integrated them seamlessly into their pre-existing bodies, such as the RPG-esque progression system seen in most FPS shooters today, MMOs simply couldn't contort themselves in a manner that retained their most beloved features. If you're trying to sell a persistent world, then creating an ecosystem where most people who play it do so for only a couple weeks undermines that entire premise. The reason why someone remembers a world, feels connected to it, isn't just because they experienced it as children during their most formative years, but because they did so consistently over time. I'm not even sure how much age has to do with this in the first place. A great example is my experience with two different worlds, Azeroth and Gielinor. The former is Warcraft setting, one I have played and lived in for many years. I've learned all the hidden nooks and crannies of individual zones and feel extraordinarily connected to them, especially having played through 2019's re-release of Vanilla World of Warcraft, when leveling still meant something. The journey one takes from 1 to 60 isn't just a tutorial or a couple hours at a theme park. It's about as evocative an adventure as one could have in a seamless open world. By the time you finally ding 60, you aren't just familiar with the locales or confident in navigating their dangers, you are part of them. You look at each zone as a...
So one thing that I like about RuneScape is, like, you see how Tyler 1 is in this area right here? This area is for like 25 to 40 or 20 to 40-ish range, but you never really go back to, you never really go back to the Tar and Mill area after late game. Like, you never really have a good reason to go back to this area. I really like that Jagex will put high level stuff in the low level zones. And it gives you reasons to go back there, whether it's like a dungeon, a Slayer dungeon, a world boss, a Grandmaster quest that takes you back to the zones. They do such a good job at like using the map. Imagine if you just went like right to left across the map, you ended up in one zone and you primarily just stayed there at the end game. In all of the previous zones, you never visited them again because you had no reason to go back there. And that's one thing that I think that Classic WoW needs to do, is they need to reuse their zones better so that you're continuously immersing yourself in all of the zones, even at end game. Give people reasons to go back there. Have high level stuff in low level areas, kind of like the Green Drakes in Hinterlands. The Green Drake area is like a very end game zone, but Hinterlands is like a level 50 zone. So it gives you a reason to go back there maybe for those drakes, but RuneScape just kind of does it better in a way. And I would like to see more of that in Classic Plus, is like reasons to go back to low level zones.
A collection of personal stories that took place. That time you were ganked and spawn camped in Stranglethorn by that piece of shit rogue, when you teamed up with your friends to maraud through the Wailing Caverns, when you pulled every Defias pillager somehow, and when you finally turned in that last quest or killed that final mob. It's all meaningful and memorable only because of the friction that paced it out. The fact that quests were so sporadic that sometimes you'd take a 30-minute string of flight paths just to hand in a couple more and squeak out that level advantage over the next area is what made the environments feel lived in despite their aged graphical fidelity. I genuinely didn't think a location could mean more to me in a video game. Yet, that was disproven. Twice. The Lands Between and Elden Ring is my favorite fantasy setting ever put into a game, maybe just ever, game or not. And of course, Gielinor, My first 1,000 hours in old school RuneScape saw me develop a similar kind of bond with the universe. It may not be as graphically immersive, but thanks to old school's incredibly deep systems stemming in major part from their interconnected skills and the fact that OSRS is more a sandbox than a theme park, bred a compelling connection. You don't out-level areas in old school.
Yeah,
I found
I
myself
just said this.
visiting the starting zone, Lumbridge, just as much as I did one of the most dangerous areas in the game, maybe even more. The beauty of creating a persistent world and one
Yeah, Shobek used to visit Lumbridge a lot too when I watched his stream.
which doesn't devalue its space made me fall in love with an entirely different universe. To be corny for a moment, it was magical, and I genuinely feel sorry for many MMO players out there who lack this kind of home, in part due to the flitting nature of games today. They bounce between Retail WoW, FF14, Black Desert, Guild Wars 2, ESO, all in hopes that they'll stick for longer than a couple weeks at a time. And they just don't. Everything I just said is a major reason why I created a YouTube channel in the first place. I felt like my experience spoke to a deeper desire in a community that feels alienated by its favorite genre. To be clear, for some people, that is exactly the kind of thing they're looking for. So I don't want to sit here and say all MMOs need to be super grindy and long-term like RuneScape, just that I think the vast majority of popular MMOs have defaulted to a paradigm that isn't sustainable in the long term. And many new games that are grindy feel like they're grindy for all the wrong reasons, in an effort to facilitate a cash shop. Meanwhile, other games require an inordinately fast-paced content schedule, like we see in Retail WoW that's currently buckling under that demand. Or they fall behind, like we currently see FF14 doing, truly leaving the public conscious for years after an expansion launch. Neither are ideal for an MMO, or at least not ideal for all MMOs. In filing down the friction of grind,
I wonder how many people play Final Fantasy, bro. I don't know anybody that plays that game. And you know why I quit Final Fantasy after I played it? Because the main story questline was like a month long. There was so many... The main storyline, I was trying to get through it all. And I was spacebarring all of it. Like 2 weeks later, I was still doing it. I was like, I just want to play the end game. But dude, the main story questline was awesome. But I wasn't like really a story person. So I feel like if you're a story person, you might enjoy that.
Lines of commitments, of depth and complexity in systems, you are left with something so smooth, so slick, and so palatable that you can't even pick it up, like a oiled up marble.
MSQ is 4,000 hours?
Banal ideas.
Holy shit.
But what are some of these ideas in the first place? I do have a couple examples that come to mind. My favorite is the modern style of itemization, something I eventually want to make a separate video on. Many modern MMOs that opted for this kind of frictionless standard have adopted what I like to call a flat plane itemization, meaning that gear and progression in the game is generally derived from a single number, item level, and the statistics on any individual piece of gear become signifiers for classes, jobs, specialization.
This is the worst part about Retail WoW. This is all you really care about. You don't care about the name of the item. These stats are kind of whatever. These kind of matter, the green ones, but not really as much as this one. So all you're trying to do is make this number go up. And when that number can't go up anymore, you quit.
And so on. So in World of Warcraft, a warrior needs strength, a mage needs intellect, a rogue needs agility. And those stats don't cross-pollinate. They have no benefit.
Dude, in a simple way, there's not really enough number go up in Retail WoW. And I think that's why a lot of people don't tend to not like Classic WoW endgame, is because the number stops going up and you max your professions in like a few hours. This is probably why people like RuneScape so much, is because it has so many numbers that go up. And it's so hard to like max. It takes forever to max. That's probably why people like the game so much. They have so many numbers that you can make go up.
benefit for other classes. The rest is a small conglomerate of barely existent choices that do just about the same thing. Again, in WoW, the 4 secondary stats are versatility, mastery, critical strike, and haste. Versatility and mastery are almost identical. The former just increases your damage and decreases your damage taken. Just so fascinating and interesting, right? Wow, that's just, whoa, that's crazy. Wow, whoa, that's insane. That's so interesting and creative. Whoa. I need to cut that. It's almost as if that could be just lumped into armor,
Okay.
but who am I to say? And mastery is more specialization specific, so it could potentially be interesting. But for most specializations, it's just an increase to their specific damage type. Like for Arms Warriors in the newest expansion, their mastery stat increases their damage while wearing two-handed weapons. Arms Warriors only wear two-handed weapons, so why does this even need to be a statistic? Critical Strike and Haste are marginally more impactful, I guess. Critical Strikes are visible, at least in the damage text, albeit not readily, and Haste decreases your global cooldown, which is actually quite noticeable. So ultimately, there isn't much here, right? And that applies to most MMOs. FF14 has the same
Modern WoW stats are crazy boring. Yeah, bro, it's almost like too simple. Dude, I really loved Classic WoW Warrior, where you had to like maintain 6% hit, maintain +5 weapon damage, and then you wanted like 25% crit or 28% crit before you got world buffs until you got crit capped, and then once you're crit capped, then you want to start taking crit out and put more of other stats, you know, and it's like more agility, more strength to get more attack power, because attack power has no crit, and like that to me was the best form of gearing. And in my opinion, the perfect class balance of gearing and like your class is Prot Paladin and TBC. TBC Prot Paladin is the pinnacle of fun in gearing your character to hit minimums, be uncrushable, and pump as much damage and get as much tankiness as possible. And you're constantly balancing every piece of gear that you get for plus damage and tankiness, and you end up tanking in like a dress, because the dress gives you so much plus damage that you stack plate everywhere else, but you tank in a dress for the plus damage. You know what I mean? Like, it's the most interesting combination of any class ever. And I love that. When you play retail and it's just item level and then sack verse mastery, it's so boring. And you don't even know the names of any item that you're getting. There's no like item identity.
Same exact flat plane itemization that WoW does. There really aren't builds that you craft from statistics. The same applies to BDO and of course ESO and Guild Wars 2. The latter two follow this model until you either scale up or cap out, since they have minimal, if any, vertical progression in the endgame. I think there's something to be said, something sad, about seeing an entire genre pivot so wholly away from actual itemization. The kind of buildcraft lost with this change is the defining pillar of old RPGs. It's defining not just in a video game, but in the board games that inspired those video games. These changes were made in response to criticisms at the time. Players said that the items were too specific and therefore difficult to acquire. You need to farm a specific...
Dude, I like how we're all having this conversation about MMOs, and then randomly I read like one comment and it's just like, if you don't like sailing, you must not be a chill guy. I was like, I wonder like what part of the stream that guy's watching. He must be like an hour or two behind, because I know he's not watching the same thing we are. You know what I mean? I just thought that was kind of funny.
Boss for a specific sword with a specific set of stats. Meanwhile, today that sword would be virtually identical to like 10 other swords obtainable from 10 other pieces of content. The benefit is, of course, less friction. You get the item faster and in a more diverse way. But the cost is the entire concept of itemization, the entire communal perception of what items are, how they cease to have an identity when they don't have unique effects or meanings to individual players. I don't know about you, but that's a really, really big cost. It's like getting a nasty paper cut and then chopping off your arm to stop the bleeding. WoW wasn't always like this either. The itemization in Classic and even in the
I don't know
first
if that would
expansion,
stop the
Burning
bleeding.
Crusade, was delightful. I played a Protection Paladin in Burning Crusade, a truly novel take on a tank, as it used spell power to generate threat, meaning the items that you wanted weren't just traditional tank pieces with defense ratings and high stamina. You wanted spell power weapons and spell power rings to facilitate aggro. You also had to balance a defense rating soft cap that prevented you from being crittable by
shit.
bosses. On top of all of that, you also needed
Damn, look at him. He's talking about TBC Paladin. Told you guys. TBC Paladin is prime. The best class design ever in an MMO.
high enough stamina to sustain. Effectively, it was a puzzle. You kept old items while obtaining new ones because you were constantly considering how you can slot in a new piece while retaining your tankiness. It did that thing I mentioned all the way back at the start of the video where I went
Pre-watch, brother. I've been saying that for years. I've been saying that for years, brothers.
to bed constantly thinking
Everybody knows
about
this.
the next
Everybody
puzzle
knows
piece,
this.
the next item to slot carefully into my current setup. It made itemization not static because you had to adapt with the pieces you had rather than just following a linear path to get what you need. It's funny because that's actually very similar to the kind of itemization that old school RuneScape has, and arguably is why I connected.
Yeah, I mean, look at my gear that I'm doing freaking Inferno with. I mean, very few people will ever do the Inferno with the exact same items that I'm doing it with. Like, there's so many different items and combinations that you can do Inferno. That, you know, that makes us like we're all different. You know, I got Ring of Shadows, Guthix D'hide, Rada's Blessing too, and I just recently got an Anguish, but before that I was using a Dragon Bone. And then I'm using Blue Moon Chestplate with Ancient Scepter upgraded and a Crystal Shield. You know, these are a lot of the pieces are meta, but some of them are not. And it's great because you're able to weave different gear in there and get it done.
So much with it. The idiocy of destroying depth in favor of brain off, what does the item level number say gearing, to me, ruins an RPG. I don't even know if that's a hot take, considering every single beloved and critically acclaimed RPG that has released in the past half decade had depth to its buildcraft. I mean,
So
Baldur's
the
Gate
point here, guys, is if you're going into a boss fight, you should have to think about what gear you're going to bring to it. You should have to do critical thinking. RuneScape has that. Retail WoW doesn't have that. You have the same set of gear for everything. You will rarely ever change your gear. Maybe your trinket. Maybe. You take the same gear to every Mythic Plus, every raid, every single world boss, quest, everything. It is boring. Gear should be not be just a standard baseline thing. Having to think about what gear you're bringing to the fight is one of the most fun parts of the game. And like, you get an upgrade, you're happy. You're like, oh, I just got an upgrade. I'll probably only use it on this boss, but like whenever I do that boss, like at least it's an upgrade, you know? And that's super cool. RuneScape does that the best.
3 is a great example of a game that fully placed builds in the hands of their players and trusted them to be intelligent and thoughtful with what they chose. The same applies to Elden Ring. Because MMOs were terrified of being overly complex,
Prefer OSRS
they
to
filed
WoW?
down the
Yeah, I do
edges
now.
of itemization and birthed a model that fundamentally disconnects gear from your character. Items may as well be invisible, especially with overrides and cosmetics dominating the space. The takeaway shouldn't have been to simplify, but to retrospect. The market for video games is still growing. More people play today than 10 years ago, meaning that the slice of pie you're fighting for has exponentially grown too. The market cap that WoW was breaching at the height of its popularity in 2009 is but a fraction of what it is today, and that's proven true by niche titles like Baldur's Gate and of course difficult games like Elden Ring selling millions of copies in the span of a week. Niche is the new norm. You can market to a niche demographic and get the kinds of eye-watering returns companies only dreamt of a decade or two ago. Look at Silksong, one of the most difficult games of the year, peaking at almost 600,000 concurrent players. And that's just on Steam, an indie game made by a handful of developers that sells difficulty, sells friction as one of its most essential features. It's not just hard in its combat encounters, but just about everywhere. Runbacks are long, many argue too long. The navigation can sometimes feel obtuse. A lack of standard map gets you lost and confused, and yet it's adored. Games have become ubiquitous, so why are MMOs still so scared? To go back to Where Winds Meet for a moment, this game is a perfect representation of visual fidelity in a seamless open world, but isn't inhabiting the
This game looks like a better BDO.
kinds of features one would expect an
Like-
MMO to have.
Cleaner. It looks like a cleaner BDO, less like particle, sun shafts, flares. It looks realistic, but not too realistic. I think it's a good visually. It's visually pleasing, and none of it is like taking me out of the world or like anything like that. It looks good, I think.
It may be flashy, fun, free to play, and thankfully missing the pay-to-win gacha systems many games of its ilk have, but it's also a demonstration of the kind of frictionless systems that wouldn't work in an MMO. For a moment, let's put aside those that exist specifically due to its free-to-play nature, such as the obnoxious daily energy system that plagues every single game like this. We have that same simplistic itemization I talked about earlier, a cosmetic-driven armor system, and of course, little personal choice in the character building process. It works quite well as an action RPG, yet would have distinctly failed as an MMO, at least in my eyes. On the other hand, old school RuneScape came about as a result of this kind of genre evolution.
Bro, I think it's so funny when you pull up old school RuneScape and it's like 50% or like 60% UI and like 40% game. The whole screen.
Or de-evolution,
It's so funny.
birthed by company and developer-specific mistakes that negatively impacted the game all the way back in 2012. As the story goes, a poll was launched for a classic version of the game, and it passed. Over time, that version lost players until the tiny yet passionate developer team tasked with upkeep gained access to creation tools in the engine and began to release content that was unique to that version of the game. Better yet, this was all done via the game's most distinct feature, the polling system. It's still polled to this day. The developers pitch ideas and players curate them, acting like editors at a news station. While the reasons for its existence aren't based on the issues I outlined earlier in the video, they are representative of cultural shifts and collective realization. It began with OSRS, but was popularized in the MMO space in 2019 during the classic WoW release, when millions upon millions of players flocked to a world that at one point Blizzard clearly didn't care much about, considering just how different it feels in the retail game. While this was never outright said by Blizzard, the launch of Classic WoW in 2019 was likely as a result of old school RuneScape's success and their inspiration from that. If I had to guess, the predominant reaction from the higher-ups at Blizzard after seeing the success of Classic WoW was, oh shit, people still actually like this.
Yep.
The assumption, much like the one during old school RuneScape's release, was that people will play it a little bit, relive some nostalgia, and leave. But after unique updates were added to OSRS and the content cadence of Classic WoW remained quick, that didn't really happen. Now, the Classic WoW trajectory is...
You know, I can't really believe that Classic WoW hasn't gotten updates after they saw how well that it worked in OSRS. Dude, OSRS started getting updates 11 or 12 years ago. And it continued to grow in popularity. Like, why did it take Blizzard so long to even start considering Classic Plus? They weren't even going to bring back the old game. They didn't even bring back the old game, like re-release it until 2019. And now we're in 2025, almost 2026, and we're still like, we're finally getting what OSRS has, which is Classic Plus, at least we think.
obviously that
so
of
long, bro.
lowering player counts because it released to such publicity and novelty. Additionally, the game continues to modernize. The future patches are just re-releasing every single previous expansion until they get to where we are today. This modernized version of the game doesn't harbor the same nostalgia and excitement that drove players to Classic. The version today is in the Mists of Pandaria expansion, and
Tauren
as
mages.
expected is seeing a fraction of of Classic WoW's release population. It's worth noting just how crazy these initial numbers are, even though we don't have access to them directly. The main source of our Classic population data is from its individual raids logged. This is how many people recorded a raid run, which is important to recognize because while raids are harder in Mists of Pandaria, they don't require hundreds of hours of playtime to even.
Guys, did Blizzard spend all of their money on the marketing and art team? And they got rid of all the other departments? They were like, screw that. We'll just get a marketing and an art team, and that's good enough. We don't need game devs. We don't need game design. We'll just make a badass trailer. Everybody will want to play that shit. Just make a badass trailer. That's all we need, baby. And put one raid in there. Done.
See. In fact, you can just boost. The reality that this many people leveled to max in Classic WoW and did the endgame content showcases just how enormous its release was. It's part of what makes the prospect of Classic Plus so exciting to WoW players, considering it could, theoretically, capture that same lightning in a bottle and keep it persistent. That does have its own issues, as I outlined in my video on the topic, but there is now a reinvigorated push.
Our team makes more money because they sell cosmetics. True, Knight.
Ago.
Thank you for the
There's something about Classic that is worth keeping. Retail WoW is almost totally disconnected from this older version. It's semi-similar aesthetically, might have some of the same characters, and it's still a tab target MMO, but it systemically isn't really anything like it once was. The difference in these titles is part of what makes their overlapping success important to consider, but also what makes the failures of one be juxtaposed by the successes of the other. What about Classic WoW caused such a resurgence while Retail WoW has been happily gliding along with a stagnated player count, albeit still very popular? At this point, you can probably guess my answer. It's friction, of course. It's the fact that the game world was not only hostile, but demanded your attention in all ways. Not by requiring in-depth rotations or fast-paced, sweaty, moment-to-moment gameplay, but rather patience and planning, crucial features of any traditional RPG. Every item felt impactful. By slowing the pacing down, each step became meaningful. Sure, the quest balance was off. There were enormous lulls in action, long flight paths, corpse runs, obnoxious mob respawn times that pushed players to line up in a queue.
Dude loves
You'd think
friction.
they would consider it a waste of time. After all, they could spend 1/50th that effort and already be max level in retail. Hell, all they need to do is buy the newest expansion and then use the free level boost that comes with it. Except, no, the preference is with this. We don't have exact figures, but if I had to just guess, I would say the first patch of Classic WoW saw more concurrent players than retail had in years, including expansion launches. Every tedious, arduous moment of one's journey to max level, or hell, even to level 10, was imbued with the kind of meaning that defined many of these players' childhoods, not in a nostalgic sense, but as a value. In the same way I played through Elden Ring for the first time and realized, wow, so many of the conveniences in modern RPGs are completely unnecessary if you have meaningful level design to accommodate players. That's not a particularly deep realization, but it is meaningful. These shorthands are qualities of life, but they're qualities only insofar as they are band-aids over failures in design. By stripping away the harsh edges of an MMORPG, you're leaving a smooth surface for your players to glide around and eventually glide off. There's nothing keeping them rooted and committed, gripped. I encourage players to consider the value in spending more time
Karazhan the best raid, bro.
engaged in a single game, even if that goes against the dozens of titles in their Steam backlog. It's part of what makes MMOs so
Kara the
unique,
best raid.
and continuing to lose this element will further deconstruct a genre that, at times, feels like a pale imitation of what it once was. My point is, We're hungry over here. There are people calling the recent Dune survival game an MMO, and I spent a portion of this video talking about where winds meet. Two games that obviously aren't MMOs on any conceivable level, and we all know this. There's just nothing else to compare, and that may just be because of how many large investments have proven to be failures. From SWTOR to more recently, and sadly, New World.
Chat, is Ashes of Creation gonna save us all? Gonna unite every MMO player on Earth together to play one game finally? No? Was New World a failure? Well, the game developers canceled it, so I'm gonna go with yes.
Games that do have value and merit, yet never saw the kind of success that was demanded by their expensive production. To be anecdotal for a moment, think to the most memorable moments in your favorite MMO, the things that really drew you into the genre. How many of those were just doing a raid boss, or queuing up into a dungeon, or using a level boost? On the other hand, how many of them were unintentional, scary, difficult, annoying, being lost in a zone, confused by a quest, aided by a kind player that set you on the right path? I don't want to assume, so speaking from my experience, the latter is the vast majority. What makes raids memorable is the journey and people you do them with. What makes the world meaningful isn't just a pretty vista or a single player brain off story. It's dying, being lost, and discovering something of your own. It shouldn't surprise anyone that people are resonating with a game that looks like this more than a game that looks like this. After all, these are the same people that fell back in love with a world.
Damn, that shit looks so good though. That shit looks amazing. New World looks so good.
From 2004 over its modern incarnation in 2024. The jagged edge.
It's just that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all about the systems and the number going up, and the gear and the mini games, and the forced socializing with interacting with other players. It's so much more than that.
Edges make the best stories. If you're expected to play thousands of hours, then a level of complexity that adds depth is not only a benefit, but a requirement. Funnily enough, many modern MMOs have begun to realize this, from FF14's director commenting on the homogenization of class design being a mistake, to Blizzard adding back branching talent trees inspired by classic WoW into retail. More complex, yes, but far deeper than the weird, banal 3 choice squares that were in the game for a decade up until that point. I'm expecting the
homogenization of class design thing is like, dude, they kind of just gave everybody, like back in the day, guys, classic WoW, Mage was the best at AoE. Now who's the best at AoE? What's the best AoE class in retail WoW? Anybody know? Every single one of them. They're all good at it. They're all good. Every single class has a badass AoE spec. Instead of changing the game and giving you a reason to bring like a paladin who's a utility guy, who's good at healing, who's good at off healing, good at damage, and they can kind of off tank a mob as well. Instead of giving you a reason to bring a paladin who's like great at utility, nah, just make everybody a mage. Give everybody self-healing. Let everybody be able to heal themselves. Let everybody be able to do AoE. Give everybody great single target. Give everybody big cooldowns. They just like gave everything to every class instead of like trying to design encounters and bosses and dungeons around the unique things that made the classes unique. You know what I mean? Like bring a frost mage if you need to kite this pack. Bring a hunter to drop a frost trap. Those kind of things, like you don't need any of that anymore. You just run in, try to do as much damage as possible. And that's it.
These realizations to be furthered by witnessing future success in this space. We already had countless Kickstarter MMOs conceptualized by veterans in the industry, which, well, didn't go anywhere. Nevertheless, the concept of harkening back to the past has always been there and has always garnered some level of interest. It just requires a deft execution. Today, I think funding for a game like this would be incredibly hard to get. But
they took away the friction, is what I'm trying to say. They took away the friction of the class design. And now there's no more friction, and it feels lifeless. Because the friction is what made us feel alive and unique.
As more long-standing studios refer to the past to inspire the future, I also expect that to change. If Classic Plus launches in a year or two and sees some kind of sustained success over a half-decade, that will once more reinvigorate investors to look favorably upon games that aren't the most visually impressive, but are systemically deep. The challenge there is expecting an investor to understand that. If you're wondering why one can't have both visual fidelity and deep systems, you of course can, but that would require more manpower. The shortcut engines available today, such as Unreal 5, have proven to be inadequate for the MMORPG space, requiring far too much power in a rig to run well, and as a result, alienating the audience. It could be that down the line, that will no longer be the case. But for now, I would be unsurprised if the next big MMO isn't the next-gen near-future evolution that many players still, to this day, believe to be in the cards. It might just look like this. Thank you so much for watching. If you
good video theory-wise, I enjoyed that. That was nice, kind of talking about MMOs, looking at why other MMOs kind of succeeded in and what didn't and what's working with RuneScape and all that. I enjoy talking about that stuff. Good video, not enough friction. I think there was a lot of friction in that vid. I was a good bit of frick. I was kind of fricked up during that whole thing. All right, we're going to watch that player housing video for Mad Season. And I'm going to get a brownie. Should I get a brownie and a coffee or a brownie and a glass of milk? Tough decisions. Tough decisions. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. 7 p.m. coffee? All right, let me see. Ah, look at this brownie. This shit kind of fire right here. We got the cheesecake on top. Brownie. Okay? And we got the milk. Type shit. That's where it's at. All right. How player housing can make or break MMOs. This is a short video from Mad Season, but he usually makes great videos. So let's watch the player housing dilemma.
The MMORPG is quite unique in the sense of how many things that there are to do. You have questing, dungeons, raiding, PvP, gathering, crafting, collecting achievements. But
and in RuneScape, old school RuneScape, you can skill. You could you could skill. You can do skilling. You could also you could do a different skill. And there's like 29 of them. It's pretty sick.
For some, the real draw is building, claiming land, raising walls, furnishing rooms, and creating sanctuaries that reflect their adventures. This is player housing, a cornerstone of immersion that turns a video game into a second home. Its origins can be traced all the way back to Ultima Online in 1997, and it still seems to captivate the MMORPG community nearly 3 decades later. So, build an oak chair, grab a cold one from your newly made keg, and relax by the fire as today we explore the history,
Looks kind of
appeal,
cozy,
and the enduring magic of player housing in the MMORPG.
Yo, RuneScape player housing is kind of goated though. It's like player housing, but it has a purpose and you look forward to it. It's not just RP. I think most video games do player housing as like complete RP. There's no practical purpose for it. Maybe storage. Having a reason to have a house is goated. Like you actually want to kind of rush getting a house because it's so good for like quality of life. Maybe he's going to talk about that in the video.
Before we get into the why, I think we should get into the what. If you ask 2 people what player housing is, you'll probably get 2 entirely different answers, as they're handled very differently depending on the actual MMO. For some, it's a purely aesthetic feature that's meant to serve as more of a distraction than its own content, and for others, it's the entire reason to play.
Yeah, we're gonna do another attempt later.
The game's other features are closely intertwined with it, so much so that they can't even imagine playing without it. Some have been done amazingly well, some have been done quite poorly, and others didn't even exist at all. So let's explore the world of player housing in the MMORPG. But before that, I'd like to thank the sponsor of this video, AG1. AG1 is a very simple, drinkable multivitamin. We all know how much MMO fans love their daily quests. Except with this, instead of getting depression, you get a nutritional daily supplement that's...
Dude, I've been trying to get an AG1 sponsorship. How come I ain't get no AG1 sponsorship yet?
For new subscribers. So usually the first hurdle with housing that every developer wrestles with is real estate. That is the land that you put the house on, or in a lot of cases, the lack thereof. And anyone familiar with World of Warcraft will know what I'm talking about here. If you want a housing
Inferno
system that exists in the natural playable world, the geography has to be built with housing in mind. For the first half of this video, I want to use World of Warcraft as an example for this because most people are probably familiar with it, and it also really encapsulates the struggles with housing quite perfectly. So this might seem like a World of Warcraft video for a bit, but it will become more broad later on. As big as Azeroth is, pretty much every single corner of the world has some sort of function. This part is a town hub. Alright, but what about outside the town hub? Oh, that's where the mobs spawn for quests that were given in the town hub. What about this? That's where the dungeon is. How about this? This looks pretty clear. That's where Peace Bloom spawns. This is where an NPC patrols to. This is where a world boss spawns. This is meant to farm a rare item drop, and you get the picture. And while this ended up being a very attractive feature of the game, as it didn't have these very open,
best game ever right there,
areas that was quite common with the genre at that point, a downside was that there was no space for housing. And you combine this with the fact that each server holds thousands of people per layer, the problem becomes quite clear. The world simply wasn't designed for player housing. That's not to say that the developers didn't try. There actually existed commands in the alpha version of the game to spawn houses, but this rather iconic screenshot highlights the problem perfectly, as the first thing that someone did with this great power was to block off the starting area for the Night Elves where players are meant to be learning about the game. There were also areas and maps set aside for houses, but obviously the idea was scrapped, which left only one option: instance housing. Instead of putting down...
Why are all the bald OSRS players goated? Me, Oda, Foe, Tasty. I mean, if Bodhi was bald, bro, that'd be kind of crazy true, huh?
Down a house
Guzu?
in the jungles of Stranglethorn Vale or a dark corner of Duskwood. It would instead be in this separated, instanced grounds designed specifically for player housing. This for some is less immersive, unless every time you walk into your home you get a loading screen. There is a group of purists out there who prefer that the houses be in the actual world because it makes it feel more like, well, an actual world. Someone could be exploring,
SWG housing was fun, man.
questing,
And Star Wars Galaxies, you could have a house. It was mainly RP. Like, it was mainly just to, like, have a house. Because it was a sandbox world. Massive world, tons of empty space. However, you could have a base. And you could use houses to, like, block off your base and funnel people through, like, one small spot. So if people wanted to raid your base, they had to come through those spots because you couldn't damage houses. So you could, like, strategically place houses to protect your base. It was kind of cool.
And to come across someone's home and see how they decorated it is an interesting distraction that feels immersive and natural, as opposed to having to specifically and quite rigidly go to the designated housing area to visit other people's homes. So it's certainly not as much freedom as some players would like, but it is something. And back to World of Warcraft, this too we found had been considered as early as the alpha version of the game. There's this portal found in the human city Stormwind that was blocked off by this gate, and funny enough, this would remain the case all the way until the Cataclysm expansion, where the city itself and all of Azeroth was remade, leaving players just mystified of its purpose. But at some point, it would have been the housing district in Stormwind, it was called, where it would be this entire new wing of the city that would allow players to enter some good old lifelong debt in exchange for a virtual roof over their virtual heads. But this too would not come to pass. As for why, no one really knows.
Damn.
Maybe they simply hadn't found a way to aggressively monetize it yet, but it didn't stop players from aggressively requesting it. It was by far the most common feature request in pretty much every stage of the game, and Blizzard would commonly cite concerns with taking players out of the world and also requiring so much work that they would have to sacrifice an entire raiding tier. But persistence did pay off, and as it would turn out, players did eventually get a form of it in the Warlords of Draenor expansion, and this is where we reach our first example of a system that unfortunately ended up being poorly implemented. The year's 2014, and players revisit the Orc homeworld of Draenor in an alternate reality where at the critical moment where Garrosh trained the Mountain Dew, corrupting his clan to over-caffeinated, balding gamers, he was stopped by his son Garrosh, who at the time was widely panned as being a
best trailer in World of Warcraft right here.
Poorly written character.
Warlords of Draenor.
Until
Best
Shadowlands
trailer.
came out and Blizzard said,
So good.
"Alright, you little ungrateful shits. You want to see actual bad writing?" But it was up to the player, or as the game patronizingly put it, the commander,
I'm getting another brownie, guys. I don't care what you say.
to lead an offensive throughout Chris Metzen's Wet Dream by way of the Garrison system, the blockbuster feature of the expansion. Players would amass followers and build a custom private garrison to serve as their base of operations in their war against the Iron Horde. So it wasn't entirely the conventional idea of what housing is in an MMO, where you choose from different styles or locales, or you have the ability to fine-tune furniture placement and decorate to your heart's desire. But largely because it had been such an intensely requested feature for so long, a lot of the players were like, alright, close enough. And this is where the problems began. it ended up being too powerful, as the garrison system, of course, wasn't just aesthetic in nature. It was much like me, highly functional and pivotal to nearly every activity of the expansion. It had gathering nodes, crafting buildings, you could get an auction house, it was a travel hub, a mission table to get gold, resources, and even raiding gear.
Okay, auction house in your house is crazy. Imagine getting grand exchange in your house.
And between all
And
of
a
its
bank.
buildings and perks and bonuses, there's very little you couldn't do inside of the garrison.
Never
For
have to go
every
anywhere.
person queuing for LFR or PvP within the confines of their garrison was a missing player that wasn't loitering around in a public space like a major city. And for every person farming in their personal mines or herb garden, that was another person who wasn't out in the world gathering it. And combined with the expansion as a whole kind of being a dud, Blizzard's fear of taking people out of the world became realized, and the actual world of Draenor quickly felt empty, and it failed to fulfill one of the MMORPG genre's most basic and seductive features. And that's the feeling like you're living in this breathing online world where your actions affect other players and their actions affect you. That's a hard feeling to obtain when you hardly see anybody.
I actually think the most important part of an MMO is people playing it. Quote me on that.
It got so bad that many players felt it was more like a single player game at times. So there can be issues with
Hot take.
geographical space, and on the flip side, there can also be issues with instance player housing. But again, it really depends on how the developer handles it. So next we're going to visit Eorzea in Final Fantasy XIV and take a look at an example of instanced housing that most agree was done quite well, actually. Speaking strictly the housing, they exist in these shared instanced districts with many different plots of land. Kind of think of it like a neighborhood. You'll see other people in your ward, and you can visit them and hang out in each other's homes. There are 5 different regions, each with their own aesthetic, as well as small, medium, and large plots of land, which hold different sized houses. And it's a mix of aesthetics and functionality and quality of life. Aesthetically, you can customize its structural components, such as its roof, walls, floors, door,
That's pretty
fence, as well as, of course, the ability to furnish it with all manner of items. It's a very customizable system
The
that
lighting coming
gives
through.
a lot of freedom. And as for its functionality, you have some useful things such as the ability to summon your retainers, which are kind of like your followers that can sell stuff on the auction house for you, perform tasks, store items. You can populate it with merchants, a mailbox to check your mail, target dummy to practice your rotation on, or even manage a garden for useful items. And it sounds like a lot, but the key difference here is that you can't do everything in them, and there's still many reasons to go out into the actual world. And additionally, due to the way that it's set up with these shared neighborhoods, they can
Yeah, I kind of wonder how is World of Warcraft is coming out with housing at the end of this year. They announced that. It's coming soon. I wonder if there's going to be functionality in the house or if it's purely cosmetic.
actually add to the social atmosphere, as curious players can stroll up to your house and say hi, use your facilities, or just see what you did with the place, as well as post on a message board to communicate with you if you are offline. So it's a clever little way to return some social atmosphere from a system that most commonly reduces it. Overall, it's quite well received within the community.
One thing is for sure, there's going to be a new premium currency. I'm going to have to spend my first paycheck on that currency so I can buy all the furniture for my house.
And 14 is definitely one of the staples that people reference when they talk about player housing within the genre. Next, we have an interesting case because it's something that I'm admittedly still exploring myself, and that's old school RuneScape. I can't speak too much on this because I'm doing a weird challenge where I'm playing the game blind and I've just gotten into it, but the game has given me a little tutorial preview of what some of the rooms do. This is another example of instanced housing. It's definitely more rigid in its decoration, where you have these predetermined spots where you can build furniture and objects, although you can build a different variety of rooms and manually choose where they go, as well as being able.
So imagine you have a combination of the two, where it's like Final Fantasy or or WoW's new housing that's coming out, where you could design your house however you want, but you have the same functionality as RuneScape, where you have a little bit of quality of life in the house, but you can make the house look completely however you want. And that would be kind of sick.
Able to rotate them to your liking, so it does have some customization, but certainly not as much as a game like Final Fantasy XIV. The real draw seems to be more in its functionality. You have a room where you can build a teleporter for world traversal, another where you make these spell tablets as a convenient way to cast magic, and you can also have servants that can deposit and retrieve items to and from the bank for you, as well as many other buildings. And you might think that, all right, this is kind of verging on maybe too useful and encountering the dreaded garrison problem, but just due to OSR's sandbox nature and how the world is crafted, there's so many reasons to leave your home and to get out into the world of Gielinor that it isn't really a problem from what I can tell. And aside from that, it seems like some of the rooms have this social component to them, such as setting up custom dungeons for your friends to run, or serving them meals in your kitchen, or having your servants greet them, and just allowing them to use your facilities, which is similar to 14 in the sense that while it does take away from the social atmosphere in some cases, it also adds back in unique ways as well. As for New World, it had kind of an interesting hybrid system where you could buy houses in the various towns and multiple players could buy the same plot, and you got something of a score for decorating it, and those who had the highest score would be the ones who were shown to the public, although everyone of course could access their own home. Its customizability was limited to a select few different preset houses to buy within the cities. You couldn't really customize the structural components individually like in 14, as most of the customizability was limited to the standard interior decoration. And beyond aesthetics, it was actually quite useful, as you could put up these trophies that gave you various buffs to your gathering, crafting, and combat, as well as the ability to put down these storage chests in order to store some gear. So these are all mostly instanced examples, and it's what the purists would call casual implementations. I mentioned before that for the homes to be in the actual world, it has to be designed specifically with it in mind. And for this, I can think of no other perfect example than Star Wars Galaxies, which, in my opinion, still to this day, have the most interesting and in-depth player housing system in any MMORPG ever made, ever, in every dimension for all of time. It didn't even just have player housing. It had players' cities, complete with a class called the Politician, that was based entirely around running it, where if you leveled it, you increased your ability to build and manage it, such as placing new buildings and implementing new features. The planets and the landmass in Galaxies were absolutely massive for a few reasons, but one of them was specifically for player housing. There were 9 at launch.
Star Wars Galaxies was 8 planets, bro. Or 10 it was 10 planets that were all the size of like the RuneScape map. And you could that's how empty and open these worlds are.
One of them was specifically for player housing. There were 9 at launch, and each one I would say is roughly the size of both the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor combined. And while it had various points of interest, like a lot of people saying Archage. On Tatooine, you had Mos Eisley, Jabba's palace, Ben Kenobi's home, and a variety of others. It was mostly comprised of these giant, vast fields of essentially nothingness, and although it was mostly empty, that didn't mean that it wasn't purposeless, as they were designed to be spaces for people to build cities. A player could put down a house of their choosing, and so could their guildmates, and if enough guildmates put down enough houses close together, it would eventually form this city, and if the guild had a politician to lead them, they could build a variety of useful buildings, such as the shuttle port that they and anyone on the server could use to travel to. You had a medical center to heal and buff people, canteen at a...
Imagine you can like set your home location to your guild's base, and you could TP back to your base.
Strippers, a cloning facility as a respawn point if you died nearby. You could make guild halls to hold meetings, host PvP tournaments. Merchants would form these mega malls so they could sell all of their crafted items. You could install mission terminals, which were the game's quests, essentially. And
Yeah, you could install a mission terminal in the base, and bounty hunters would go to the mission terminal and they would find basically like a Slayer task. It was Slayer task, or you could hunt players. So like bounty hunting, you could go kill like an NPC player, an NPC, like a named guy, or you could actually go and track down like a Jedi who is out in the world farming, because as soon as a Jedi would kill one mob in the world, he would get flagged on the bounty hunter system. So Jedis would have to go out and farm to get XP, but then they would get immediately started being hunted. So like to be a Jedi in the game was so scary because you were always being hunted.
And if your politician was high enough, they could even give an increased payout and give a portion of each mission completed to the city's coffers. You could populate the city with profession trainers and so much more to essentially turn it into this huge bustling hub where you would try to make it as useful as possible in order to attract as many people as possible, in order to make as much money as possible. In most MMOs, the main hubs are the developer designed cities such as Orgrimmar and Stormwind for World of Warcraft. However, for Galaxies, in many cases, there were cities that were entirely made by the player base.
So
the whole
sick.
system was designed largely by Richard Vogel, who had also worked on player housing in the legendary Ultima Online. And in that game, players could actually break into your house and steal your items. And one day a disgruntled player sent Mr. Vogel a letter asking him, "How'd you like your house broken into?" Yep. Hey, I told you the housing community can be hardcore and also insane. But this
They found out where he lived and sent him that letter? That's crazy.
ended up being a great motivator for him and the SW team as a whole to not die. So they created what is, in my opinion, the best player housing system made in the genre.
Tatooine, best world. That's a large size Tatooine house right there.
It had so much depth, and although
So
Galaxies
sick.
did
Is
fail
that
at
shit in
many
armor right
things, it had so much depth.
That looks like chit in armor. I kind of forgot the name of this armor. It's been so freaking long.
And although Galaxies did fail at many things, one of the things it really succeeded in was creating this living, breathing online community, and player cities and housing was a huge part of that.
Dude, I love this game. I love this game so much, guys.
How powerful a tool it can be if it's wielded correctly, especially if you're able to have it out in the world with no instancing. Tangential nerd moment, but
also, and your enemy team, if you had a spaceport, the enemy team could spaceport into your village. Is it usually a bad idea to do this because like the other, guild would know, like they'd be waiting for you. But if you wanted to, you could spaceport into somebody's village and then start fighting them.
This whole thing was only made possible due to very clever design mechanics. Galaxies by far had the biggest online world at the time. Probably still would be today if it were still running. And the reason why they were the only ones to be able to do it was because back then people were still, of course, on 56K modems. So you simply couldn't download 10 planets of the size. Imagine being at 99% and then your mom picks up the phone. Putting them all on CDs was out of the question, as the game would need to ship with like 50 of them, which would of course skyrocket manufacturing costs and make installation its own whole cumbersome project. So what they ended up doing was writing a bunch of text-based procedural rules and passing that onto the server and having the server generate the world around the players as they explored. This put an enormous strain on their servers, but it also made the impossible possible and allowed them to host these enormous planets, which were able to facilitate a housing and city system as intricate as this in the year of 2003, no less.
Damn, back in
But
2003 they did this?
I digress.
This is how
I kinda
sick
have a
this
thing
game was,
for
guys.
SWG. The point being is that it can be as simple as you want it to be in something like New World, and it can completely make the game, and the whole game can kind of center around it. And these are just a few examples. It is a very powerful tool that works in both ways. It can have devastating effects on the social atmosphere of the game if done incorrectly, or on the other hand, raise it to entire new levels if it's done well. As for myself, I personally became quite addicted to it when the game Animal Crossing released on the GameCube in 2002, where you enter this crippling debt, and then you're enslaved to pay it off for the rest of your sad, pathetic, miserable life. No interest rates though, and you got to pay it off completely on your own time. Yeah, Tom Nook was a real one, if you think about it.
What is this game?
For many others, it was, of course, The Sims, where you do what you're most afraid of, working and going out into the world and building a life for yourself, all the while building and
I don't understand why people like The Sims.
These, along with Ultima
I always thought that was like a girl's game, but I know a lot of girls, they played The Sims. I was like, why would you play that? There's no bosses to kill.
Online would be the critical origins of this subgenre of entertainment, and today it's evolved into its own whole thing. Housing in general is an activity that blends really well with MMORPG, because the whole idea is sort of about living in these virtual worlds with these communities. Psychologically, I think it fosters permanence in a genre that's centered around longevity. It's a creative outlet for people where they can ignore their actual destination of a cardboard box for a moment and play the role of Martha Stewart decorating a large mansion or even a cozy nook hidden away from prying eyes. It can provide simple aesthetics, maybe some quality of life, or even substantial gameplay features, or merely as a social hub to invite friends, host RP events, or flex achievements and collectibles. And the existence of the very large community of people who are quite partial to it shows how important it is to the
this video
genre.
made me feel nostalgic
Let
as
me know
hell
your
towards
thoughts on
player
this, if
housing.
you think I missed anything, or maybe you can describe your favorite.
Damn, dude, Naboo and Star Wars Galaxies, Corellia, Mos Eisley, dude. There's that, dude. Seeing some of that footage was just so nostalgic and brought me back, man.
Housing system in your favorite MMO. I've tried quite a lot of them in my time playing MMOs, but maybe you think I missed one that would have been good for this video. But yeah, other than that, I hope you enjoyed watching. Like it if you liked it, because I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Old school Star Wars is the coolest, dude. It was so sick. I wish there were OG servers still like RuneScape where you could log back into your old character. Dude, W video Mad Season. Pretty cool player housing video. He didn't talk a lot about Arcade. A lot of you guys said Arcade was badass. Would like to look more into that and see what Arcade had going on for it. I'm sure. And I'm very curious to see how Blizzard's player housing is going to turn out and what functionality it's going to have after they learn from Garrisons about too much functionality. Was bad for the ecosystem of the game, because half the gameplay of World of Warcraft is just hanging out in the main city, and if you take all those players away, then you lose half your gameplay. So that's tough. It's a tough game design to get around. All right, chat. Should I send another Inferno today, or should we wait till tomorrow? One more? Maybe we do one more. Let's do one more. I'm gonna need a glass of milk though. Glass of milk when we go. I hate Wave 61. I hate it. good. That good. Predictions up. Will I kill Zucky Boy? At this point, we should just do will I make it past wave 61? Oh my god, what if I have to go back to Huey again and get more Hawaska seeds? Because we go into the hundreds on our attempts. Oh god, we gotta kill this guy soon, guys. I can't go back to Huey. Don't make me. If you don't make it this attempt, my kid will sleep outside. What? It's a little harsh. Runes are good. We got 800 water runes. Need you to lock in? All right, here we go. We got a good chance. We got a good chance at killing Zuck if we get there. Need a little RNG. Need a little RNG on the waves. Today we got back-to-back hardest, one of the hardest wave 61s you could get. And that wave is rough. Works feel good right now. Why is he starting over? It's the Inferno. You start at level 1 every time. What you mean, fool? What you mean, essay? Don't worry, I'm just double clicking, misclicking, and tanking bats. Nothing to see here, nothing to see here. All in on no, guys. No faith in me? What the heck? And to be fair, I don't have much faith either. It's been a lousy day. Dude, yesterday I was popping off. I got to Zuck twice yesterday. Today I died on 61 both times. Easy. Man, those freezes are not landing. We did have a rough day with nibblers today, I'll tell you that. You see a difference with Anguish? I see a little bit of a DPS increase. Not gonna lie, I say this before, but like I see a little more consistency in the damage for sure. Dude, I just another miss. Another miss. Another miss freezer. Are you burnt out, brother? I am sick today. I'm not really burnt out on Inferno. I'm a little burnt out on having to farm the mats on the runes because it's a lot of hours of farming runes. And I'm out of gold to just buy them. So like I have to farm gold so I can buy them. And it's just basically CG on an Iron Man. It's tough. Or you could go to the wilderness maybe. But wilderness is kind of off limits for me. You could do like Rev Caves. My rune crafting level is 80, guys. And I also do about 2 hours of running bloods to the altar every day to get 5,000. It's about 5,000 blood runes, 5,000 death runes per day. On top of like, I already banked all the potions and everything that I needed for enough attempts, but the runes, and then luckily I got pretty lucky on the prayer regens at Huey, so we got another like 50 prayer regens, which was pretty pog. Okay, yeah, we go here and just kill this. Yo, Dapto, thank you so much for the prime. Swap that. Prey ranged. Do you have a full rune crafting outfit? Yeah. And I had 7 blood essences too, but I used them all. I crafted them all. What's your rune crafting? 80. Almost 81. I do True Blood altar runs with, I have 40k pure essence in my bank and I'm down to 20k now. You could use a Scar Essence mine. Guys, I already know every single way to get runes. I know the fastest way to do it. And that's what I do, so. I'm not trying to like ego anybody, but all I've done is like research ways to get faster runes, and I do the fastest way now. It's just True Blood Altar, because Scar Essence you have to pay for those, and I don't have any money. Appreciate the suggestions though, guys. Pretty fast to buy them on the GE. Ooh, that'd be nice. Did you guys know that if I get the Inferno cape here, then I don't need to farm any more runes for the Inferno? Yeah, that's the best strat. The best strat is to just get the cape. And then that way you don't need to do the Inferno anymore. And then you don't need all the supplies and everything. You can actually just do other things. So that's my strat right here. That's gonna be my strat on this run, is to just try to actually just beat Zuck. Finishing the Inferno unlocks on-task Inferno? I would definitely skip that task. I don't know how soon I'm coming back here, guys. I might have PTSD. Inferno is the best Slayer XP. Do you get a task for Zuck? You get a task to kill Zuck? Is that how it works? Oh, okay. Then in that case, it's not the best Slayer XP. Because it would take me a month to finish it. So it would be very bad Slayer XP. For me personally. I don't think I want to sign up for that, guys. Jad task is cool though. So let me ask you a question, guys. When you're on a Slayer task for the Inferno, for Zuck, do you hit harder on all of the mobs inside of the Inferno or just Zuck? On all of it. That's interesting. Savix is online. Chat, Savix playing offline. Get him. We will alert her, alert her. Oh, this jerk just punched me. Savage quit. He's just playing WoW for a bit. Gonna come back. Take like a little break from RuneScape. Chill out from all the farm runs for a bit. Iron Man is not for everybody, guys. RuneScape is a lot of grinding. It's a bit overwhelming, I think, for most people that would play it. And Iron Man is like the more intense version of RuneScape. You can't skip any of the grinds. It's a lot, mate. It's a lot. I'm splashing. No. Rip. Back to full, easy.
Level up completed.
I just gained a mage level? I just gained a mage level in the Inferno. That's how long I've been in here. My second mage level from the Inferno. Melee Ranger. Colo after this. We have Slayer. We have to get the gear for Colo, but yeah. Slayer will give us the gear for Colo, and then we do Colo. And then we do TOB. Slayer gives you the gear for Colo and TOB. It also gives you the gear for Doom. And Yama. So, that's kind of what we're trying to build up to. We're going to do Slayer so we can kind of catch up to Joker a bit. A bit, like a very small bit. And then that way we can do Yama with Joker and maybe do some TOB later on. But Colo is definitely high up there, man. I look forward to doing another challenge like the Inferno. Oh, the joys of getting owned by the nibblers. GLB, if you're gonna do it, will be rough. Yeah, I'm not doing TOB with undergeared people. Screw that. I'll teach you TOB. I'll probably get like another streamer to teach me do it for content so we can make a YouTube video out of it. I appreciate the kindness. It's just a work thing. Thanks, Sync. Let LMGD teach you. Chat, what does LMGD know about TOB, huh? This guy even know what TOB stands for? Oh, this is gonna be pull me in, huh? Yup. Easy tank. TOB Tuesday? Might have to get on TOB Tuesday with Prison Joe. Little top twos. Big if you're a real TOB Tuesday fan? Hell yeah. I actually have to kill this bat first. This is bad. No, you biatch. Actually, don't kill that. Come on down. Music sounds like the medieval soundtrack to the game. It's kind of why I like listening to this music. I like to listen to the fantasy type of music. The genre specific? No, dude. I spend a lot of time listening to this music on Spotify and just like medieval tavern type playlists. Or like fantasy game songs and just kind of add them. How many attempts today so far? This is my third one. Died on wave 61 both times. Both of the first attempts. We got the exact same wave and almost the exact same wave. First wave was a little bit harder than the second one. Second one I had a chance to solve it. First one I didn't even have a chance really. I misplayed both though. Hopefully I don't get that same wave again. That's kind of what I'm banking on. The wave is actually so hard that with my current skill, even if I played it perfectly, it's still about a 50-50 chance of like me living. When you get the spawn that I have. How many days has it been in Inferno? Nearly a month. Nearly a month. I was hoping to get this done a lot sooner, but I underestimated the Inferno. Heavily underestimated the Inferno. I wonder what the percentage of players that play RuneScape, like the percentage of total players that have an Inferno cape that didn't buy it from someone else. Like people that actually got it on their own. There's probably a way to tell with the buyers. There's no way to tell without it, but that'd be super cool to know. Less than 100,000 people, like total ever? No! I didn't see that. Bro, what? No way, guys. That is so tilting. Man, I was doing pretty good on pillars until that. Dang it. Yeah, pay attention to chat too much. Dude, that happens to me a lot in the Inferno. Most of the time when I'm making mistakes, I'm usually like talking to somebody in chat. But I mean, it's a good conversation. It's just, it is tough, bro. It is tough when you're doing this. When you're doing more difficult content, it is tough to engage and like have conversations and stuff. That's why I have to turn it off. Like above 55, around wave 60, I just have to like stop looking at it altogether. I can't even have it in my peripheral. Like I actually have to cover it up. I have to cover it up. I can't even see, I can't even look over and look at any of it. If I even see the chat moving, it's a distraction. I have to completely like block it from my vision. Don't quit, please. Nobody's quitting RuneScape, guys. Savix is still playing. He's logged in playing the game right now. You guys are just acting like he quit. I'm starting to think that you want people to quit just so you can say that they quit. Because they're not actually, they didn't actually quit. That cave gonna look good? There is kind of a... There is a sweeter victory for a longer journey. Even if the journey is harder or easier for some, the longer the journey, the more you appreciate the end. And my journey in the Inferno will be that much sweeter because of how long it took me to get it. And I know personally that I tried my hardest and it still took me this long. And that's what makes it a really special feeling. And I'm gonna be pretty emotional when I get it, I bet. because you can only get it one time. You can only get your first Infernal Cape one time. And then that's it. It's over. Gotta live in those moments, boys. Gotta know when you're in them. Try to appreciate it. Your life will pass you by and you won't appreciate anything. Two blobs. We gotta move forward here. I wonder if anyone's ever sneezed and died in the Inferno while alternate flicking. Close one. No good heals off of that one. Made you want an Inferno again? Get back in there, bro. Keep failing. The more you fail, the better you'll get. Oh, yeah. Didn't get much healing off those. Then we can hit the snake. Come on. Please. There it is. You guys think I'll hit 200 million range XP first? Or get the Infernal Cape? $200 mil. Depends on how wave 61 looks. 63 can be bad too. conserver. $47. Hmm. Fuck, 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 fuck. God dang it, bro. I tried to click my spec and I clicked the tile. Oh, I hate that part of the game. The misclicks, man. Let's go this way. No, you fucking... Oh. Computer good now, Savix? Good to hear, bro. Good to hear. Saw you was playing some RuneScape, brother. Good to see you on again. As always. If you play RuneScape, don't ever come back to WoW. This wave 48 was ass, by the way, guys. 47 and 48 were kind of diffy. Kind of diffy. You confident in the run? Yeah, pretty confident. I'm gonna be honest, it really just comes down to wave 61, 63. I mean, 60 through 63. If you get a really bad spawn, it's the hardest thing I've ever done in the game, and it's not even close. If you get a bad spawn on 60 to 63, it's really, really difficult. Unless you just get lucky and you tank all of it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you get to spoon wave where it all just lines up, that's ideal. Any wave where you can trap one mob right here is also fairly easy. It's a lot easier if you can get a trap off. And if you could see the meleeer or kill the meleeer while you're landing a trap. But sometimes you can't get the trap because they just let the melee spawn right on top of you. And then you can't go here to this area because you have mage and ranger and bat. And then maybe a blob too. It's like, it's rough, man. Infernal Cape is the hogger of OSRS. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. Might be a reach. Chat, I'm gonna hang out with you guys for about 5 more waves, okay? Quiver after Inferno, yeah. Too much damage on the pillar there. Way too much. Can't wait to see clips of Sard mocking fire cape wearers. Guys, you really think I would do that? You really think I would put my Infernal cape on and immediately go to the Grand Exchange and flex my Infernal cape and point and laugh at people that have fire capes? What kind of guy do you think I am? Have you guys ever played with somebody that had an Inferno cape and you're like, okay, this guy's legit. He has an Inferno cape. And then he's just complete ass. And you're like, oh shit, I think this guy bought his cape. Y'all can tell. Yo, Savix, thank you. Wait, Savix rated me? What the heck? Thank you, Savix. I thought Savix was just hanging out in the stream. I'm locked in right now. Holy shit. Thank you for the raid, Sab. Oh my goodness. I'm out of it. Woke up kind of sick today, guys. Probably got sick from the Friendsgiving, maybe. Okay. Quick log out. And then we send. The fern has been paused. We have all of our pots. Log here. Bio real quick, and then we send. Ah. Oh, okay. Chat 07s, it was nice talking to you guys. I gotta mute up now. I'm muting all alerts. Save your points. Hold the 100 gifted donos. Hold the $100 gifted donos, 100 gifted subs. Hold it. Hold off on that for now. Okay. Here we go, boys. I wish the pillar health numbers weren't messed up after you relog. At least the HP bars are accurate. Double blob or single? Oh, this one sucks. Wasn't that bad. Oh. $56 double blob. Fuck that, I'm going here. Double bluebity. Melee Ranger Mage. I'm fucking dead. Fuck.
Dying on my hardcore Iron Man. Completed.
Oh god, I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. I don't even know. It's not a good day to play RuneScape for me, guys. Ugh. That's the same. That's just the easier version of the wave that always kills me, by the way. That's literally the easier version of the wave that always kills me. It's the snake spawning right on top of you, and then you can't go left or right. Because if you go right, then you have to flick 3 mobs, or you have to flick ranger and mage. If you stand still, you have to flick snake and mage. And then I panicked, prayed melee, when I should have just tanked the snake, kept magic, and then off-tick flick if they're off-ticked, or step underneath them if they're not. But I haven't practiced that enough to consider that as a solve. So then I just end up griefing myself. Sad. Oh well, guys. Maybe tomorrow will be better. You never know. Maybe I'll feel better tomorrow too. GC live. I don't feel good, guys. I'm going to end the stream. I love you guys. Thank you for watching. I'm going to go be quiet and farm death runes for 5 hours so we can have attempts for tomorrow. 07's in the chat, guys. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll pay out the prediction before you guys go. And as always, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Did that raid go through? I think it went through.